Good morning, and welcome. Sorry I'm right on time. Normally I'm at least a couple of minutes early, but my wife got to the Keurig before I did. This is the horrors of working from home. Welcome to Learning Trees course 8588. I know it's some combination of 8s and 5s, and I think it's 8588. Microsoft calls it PL 400. Yo, Stephen, what's up? Or were you just warning me that I was on mute?
I don't know if you're talking about me or not, but I clicked the chat.
There you go. Super. Alrighty. Well, I probably was. I think there's only one. We had 2 people join the class this morning, so I'm not entirely sure what all the names are yet. I had one class with 3 people named Mike in it. This isn't a problem if you're in the room and you can point at people, but pointing at the screen just doesn't seem as useful. All right. So I need to do. Hi. Good morning. Just good morning? There you go. Let me just talk a little bit about this course. This course has got more material than we could possibly fit in 5 days.
Hello.
And as a result, hi, good morning. Hello? Okay. I'm just noticing the note there. It's got far more material than we can possibly fit into 5 days. So we have to make some decisions about how we're going to, because I've discovered that no matter what anybody says, I'm the only person who comes back on Saturday to finish the course. The good news is we'll cover all the materials in the course notes. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be a little bit flexible on the labs. We won't necessarily do all of the labs. It doesn't help that I've written a lab walkthrough for us to do, which just takes the problem and I think makes it worse. So what are we going to do? Well, our first day we're going to look at the Dataverse, as it's now called, what used to be called the Common Data Resource, but now we call it the Dataverse, and you'll hear me fall into that and occasionally use the old terminology. This change happened late last year. And so we're going to look at that, and we're going to look at creating a model-driven app. And that's an application that, by and large, you just say, okay, this is the data I want to display. Take care of it for me. And that may not work out for you. You may need to have more control over your user interface. If so, you'll want to create a Canvas app. And we're going to look at that. We'll get to that tomorrow. And when you start creating a Canvas app, one of the things you can start doing is start putting some interactivity in it, have it perform actions and do stuff for you. The model-driven app, by and large, takes care of that. All that activity is taken care of for you. Canvas-driven app, you have to write all the activity yourself. So we're also going to be looking tomorrow at Module 3, Mastering Advanced. Basically, it's the programming part of creating a Canvas app. That'll take us into Wednesday, and we will finish up Wednesday by looking at Power Automate. And that's where I'm going to be looking at, I've got a lab for us to do together for Power Automate. So then we get to Module 5. Module 5 is almost completely useless. Now, I'm just going to pause and mute everybody. And the reason I mute everybody, it's one, there's the background noise issue if you've got your mic on. But the other thing is, if you leave your microphone unmuted, it's only a matter of time until we share something embarrassing with the rest of the class. I had one participant in the class who got a call from his divorce lawyer with his microphone unmuted, and there I am rushing to mute his mic and going, oh my gosh, this is embarrassing. So anyways, module 5 isn't completely useless. There's no lab associated with it, but there's not a lot there, quite frankly. Most of the tools it talks about you don't really need anymore, or they're built into your development platform, so you don't have to interact with the tools yourself. So we're going to run through some stuff that you can have a long and happy life and never actually touch. Long and happy life in the Power Platform and never actually touch these tools. But you should be aware that they're there. Sometimes when you find a solution on Stack Overflow, they will say you need to use this to do that. Then we're going to look, one of the tools we will use, however, is the tool, and you still need this, to register a plugin. And in Module 6, we're going to look at extending the Power Platform Dataverse, for instance, by creating plugins. And plugins allow us to, for example, ensure that some processing takes place when anybody accesses a table in our environment, or allow us to add new functionality to our Power Automate workflows that aren't built into the Power Automate workflow. So we're going to look at both of those, and we've got a lab that lets you build both of those kinds of plugins, and we have to use the register plugin to create that. We're going to, Module 7 allows us to return to the Dataverse and experience model-driven applications, and then we're going to talk about how you can create your own components to work with. And we created actually a really cool component. It's a timeline component. It's really neat. And how you can create a component and use that in your Canvas application. So I'm going to show you how to create plugins that extend the functionality of the Dataverse. We're going to show you how to create components that allow you to create new user interface elements, and we'll be doing both of those. Now, here's the trick. For module, and I'll finish up this list in a little bit, but let me come back here. If we're going to go and pick up your textbook in a little bit, and if you follow, and some people do, follow along in the course in their textbook. Now, first off, I guarantee you, everything that's in the course we're going to cover, everything that's in the textbook is in the course, everything that's in the course is in the textbook, and we're going to cover all of that, okay? But if you're following along in your textbook, you're going to find that I've rearranged the material in Module 1. And the reason I've rearranged the material is so we can cover all of the Dataverse stuff first, and then there's a lab that uses the Dataverse stuff. And then we're going to cover all the model-driven app stuff. And then we have a lab that allows you to create a model-driven app. And otherwise, you have to listen to me talk for like 3 hours straight, and then you have this huge lab at the end. So I've rearranged the material to break it up so we can do the Dataverse stuff, finish with the lab, do the model-driven app stuff, do with the lab. Again, if you're following along in your textbook, you're going to find that there's some material in Module 2, specifically this material on navigation in a Canvas app. And I have moved that to Module 3. And the reason is that it really, in my mind at any rate, it fits in with Module 3. Module 3 is all about programming the app. I break the lab that's in Module 2 up into 2 parts. We do all of this stuff in the first part of Module 2. Then we do the lab. Actually, all of this stuff too in the lab. And then we come back, and in Module 3 we talk about how to do programming, and we do all of this stuff. And the navigation stuff, it just works out. If I split the lab into 2 parts, the second part of the lab is all the Module 3 stuff and navigation. So that works out really well. So do recognize that you're following along in Module 2, and we get to the section on navigation, and I skip over it like it isn't there. Don't panic. It will be coming up in Module 3. Module 3, Module 4, Module 5, I leave alone, and then we get to Module 6. Here's the problem with Module 6. There is a great lab with Module 6. Unfortunately, you can't do it until you have also done the labs in Module 7 and Module 8. So, if you're following along in the textbook, we're going to finish up Module 5, and then I'm suddenly going to skip ahead and do Module 7 and do Module 8. Don't panic, we will come back and do Module 6. I won't screw with the content of the chapters, but we are going to do those chapters out of order because the labs do build on each other that way. So, just don't panic. And if it's any consolation to you, Module 10 and Module 9 and Module 10, I do them exactly as written. They work just fine as is. We're going to talk about PowerApp portals. Oh, that's not going to work. Let's try this. We're going to talk about PowerApp portals. This is how you can create a website with PowerApps. You can actually create web services with PowerApps. I'm not suggesting it's a good idea. It's just you can actually do it. And we're going to talk about integrating with Power Platform and the Dataverse. And that is the one set of labs that we're not going to do at all. The Dataverse Azure solutions. You'd need to have a membership. You'd have to set up a subscription with Azure to do 3 or 4 labs. And we don't have time for it anyway. We'll be going, if not right till 4:30, very close to 4:30 on Friday. So the Azure apps got thrown over the side of the boat. So side of the bus. So there's back of the sleigh, whatever you want. So that we won't be doing. Yeah.
Well,
go
I'm
ahead.
curious, for like any stuff that we're not going to get to, like the Azure stuff, is that, you know how heavily that's covered on the certification test, or do you have an idea?
No, I don't. I have a terrible memory. Let me check, because in the textbook they break out the division. My recollection is there wasn't much on this. And notice we are going to cover all the stuff. We're just not going to do the labs. As I remember, I think there was 1, maybe 2 Azure-related questions. And part of the issue is it really isn't Power Portal stuff, Power Platform stuff. It's Azure stuff. So I'm unwilling to give up a lot of the course to cover stuff that isn't directly related. As I remember, it's 1, maybe 2 questions.
It kind of seems like something that would be kind of like fringe or whatever, but I just want to make sure. So. Okay.
Yeah. No, you're relatively safe in that. Now, by the way, if you go and get an Azure trial subscription, and people say, "Oh, well, I use Azure with my company." Yeah, but your company has probably set up your permissions specifically so you cannot do the stuff that is in the Azure lab, right? You just really don't think you probably have the necessary permissions to set up the objects that are in the Azure lab. But if you get an Azure trial subscription, I'm pretty sure, I haven't done them myself, but I looked through them. I'm pretty sure you can do all of the stuff with an Azure trial subscription. So if you want to do the lab, yes, I'm not putting aside time in class to do it. But if you want to do the lab, you certainly can. I shouldn't say so. I'm reasonably confident you can do the lab with an Azure trial subscription and a PowerApps trial subscription.
Okay. I'm
actually going to come back to what you can do after the course is over in just a minute.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
All right. Now, this is an interesting time to be taking a Power Platform course. And let me explain why I say that. And of course, whenever anybody says interesting, your hackles go up and you go, okay, I'm in trouble now. Let me just, I'm going to come around. I'll come back to that in just a second. First off, late last year, the Azure people, the Power Platform people, changed the terminology for a common data service, and they now call it the Dataverse. I think people have been watching one too many Marvel movies, and it's now called the Dataverse. Within the Dataverse, what we used to call an entity is now called a table. What we used to call a column is now called a field. What we used to call a option set is now called a choice. There you go. And I try very, very hard to stay with the current terminology. I try to say dataverse. I try to say column. See, right off the bat, there's our problem. And I try to say choice. If I come up with a word that you go, I'm sorry, we haven't heard that before, put a note in the chat window, hit that chime in button, whatever you're comfortable with, and say, pardon? And it probably means I've fallen back into the old terminology. Now, I have updated these slides. Microsoft has not updated the course slides for the new terminology. So I've gone through and updated the slides, primarily to help me to remember to use the right words. When we go to do the labs, the exercise instructions that we'll be using do in fact have the right terminology in them. So they say dataverse, they say table, they say column. Unfortunately, there's a bunch of screenshots, and they haven't retaken the screenshots. So you'll have an instruction that says, go to the menu, from the menu, pick the table choice. And then there'll be a screenshot of somebody very specifically picking the table choice. And there is no entity choice anywhere in the screenshot. No, sorry, they're picking the entity choice. See, I'm already confused. They're picking the entity choice, and there is no table in the screenshot. The instructions are right as written, because Microsoft has updated the instructions, but the screenshots have not been replaced to reflect the new user interface. Now, one of the things to sort of handle that, I'm going to walk you through the first lab. Not all of it, but most of it. I think it's not, the user interface is not obvious. And I think it's a good idea to have a guide for that first lab. If during the first lab you go, I'm sorry, you're just slowing me down, and you want to go on ahead, please plunge on. You will not hurt my feelings. Besides, I can't tell. So, okay. And one of the reasons I'm doing that is because of this disconnect between the UI and the instructions. At one point in that first lab, we're going to drop back into what's called the classic interface. And when we go into the classic interface, what are we going to find? We're going to find the old terminology. We're going to find it's the common data service. We're going to find that it's now entities, it's now fields, and whatever. So Microsoft hasn't, whenever you're working with anything in the cloud, it's your environment, you always have to, for anything you say, you always have to say, as far as I know, and the last time I checked, as far as I know, and the last time I checked, in the classic interface, Microsoft has not updated the terminology. So we're going to have to, one of the reasons I want to walk you through this is to adjust to the, all of a sudden we're using different words to refer to exactly the same thing. So that's sort of an interesting time to arrive. I looked at the textbook yesterday. As of yesterday afternoon, the textbook is still referring to the common data service, still referring to entities, still referring to fields, still referring to option sets. So while I've updated the course slides, the textbook, which unfortunately I have no control over, is still using the old terminology. But at the start of every chapter, they have this whacking big block that says, by the way, it's no longer actually called the common data service, it's called the dataverse. So you do get a reminder at the start of every chapter that the terminology is, as far as the dataverse goes, is not up to date in your textbook. But it is on the slides, and it is in the text of the instructions in the labs, just the screenshots in the labs. Last time I checked, as far as I know, have not been updated. So it's an interesting sort of moment to be starting to learn to work with Power Apps. I'd like to just do a couple of quick surveys here. I'm just going to pop these up on the screen. I just want to get some idea of who is in the course. So I'm opening a poll, and if you wouldn't mind just answering the questions on that poll. Do you know, this course is actually, it's interesting. Everybody's checking off developer. And that's every time I teach this course. It's always developers taking the course. Interestingly enough, the course is targeting power users. I mean, that's who Power Apps was built for, was power users, right? That's, and if you want, here, let me drag, I can just drag this over. As a matter of fact, you can see the results. There it is right there. Um, so there's a couple of sections where you can have a quiet snooze. I'm morally obligated to go through the slides on what is a variable, for example. And you're going to go, I know what a variable is. But there is some stuff in there that's a little bit different in the Power Apps environment, so I do need to bring that out. I have two more polls, so don't go away. Can you do me a favor and check off, yes, thank you, which of these technologies you have? Boy, we're pretty much a Microsoft-owned shop. Nobody's checking off other, and only less than a third, just slightly over a quarter, have checked off Java. C# and .NET, JavaScript, TypeScript. Those of you, if there's anybody whose primary experience or exclusive experience is JavaScript, when we get into Power Apps, the way they treat variables, it's not really a data type language. When we set up our data in the Dataverse, it's very definitely data typed. But when we get to working with variables in our Canvas apps, you're going to find, if you have experience with JavaScript, and apparently everybody does, we don't data type our variables, and scope is there's really only two scopes. There's global and local. So if you have some experience in JavaScript, the programming language is nothing like JavaScript, but the way it uses variables is going to seem very similar. When we get to that chapter, module 9 on creating websites with Power Apps, they call them portals, your HTML and CSS stuff will become important to you, but the HTML and CSS stuff will have kicked in already. When we go to create components, components are actually combinations of JavaScript and HTML and CSS, and we're creating new user interface widgets for our interface. Your HTML and CSS stuff will kick in. And I will be referring to web services because that's one of our data sources. Typically when we add a custom data source, it's what we're usually doing. I mean, I'm sure there's exceptions, but what we're usually doing is calling a web service. So you'll see web services. We won't be creating them. Yes, you can do it, but no, it's wrong. We won't be creating them. We'll do it. And we've got some people who are outside of the Microsoft. More people are outside of the Microsoft world. All right, last one. I promise. And this is yes or no. That's Oh, well, there you go. That's pretty close to our usual spread. Usually it's 2/3 Dynamics 365, 1/3 what is Dynamics 365. Power Apps was originally built to work with Dynamics. So, all right, Rupinder, 1 second, let me just send you a message. Ah, so let's go back. All righty. Let me get my screen back the way I like it. I'm just waiting for Rupinder to pop back in. Any second. Oops, there we go. There we go. Excellent. I will stop bothering you then. I want you to know I honestly felt I was being helpful. Okay, so so we are going to be talking about web portals, but even when we're creating components. PowerApps originally was delivered entirely through a web client. Again, last year, well, I guess I should say year before last because it started in 2019. They moved away from delivering sort of a pure web experience and now deliver through something called the unified interface. The unified interface. Basically what it means is that your web apps, your model-driven applications, your Canvas apps, they're all running in a very customized environment that Microsoft sets up. Even when you surf to them in your web, you're actually running in this unified environment. And Microsoft has a version of that unified environment that's a standalone app that you can run on your smartphone, Android, iOS, whatever. And the goal here, by creating this very customized environment called the unified interface, is that it gives Microsoft the ability to control the appearance, or better able to control the appearance of your Canvas apps, your model-driven applications, regardless of what you're displaying on them. Regardless whether you're displaying on a tablet, on a desktop, on a laptop, or on a smartphone. Microsoft, because they've got this environment that all their stuff runs in, it means that they have tremendous control over the appearance of your application. Basically, they can do a better job of ensuring a big screen model-driven application displays effectively on your smartphone. So that's what the unified interface does. It just allows them to transition big screens into little screens more effectively, and little screens into big screens more effectively. And the web client was officially retired. The original default web client was phased out late last year. So what we're going to be doing all this week, for instance, is operating inside the unified interface. So if you read any discussion of the unified interface versus anything else, you can just ignore it. Just pretend it's not there, because we're all working in the unified interface now. Anyways, go back to the Dynamics 365 issue. Usually it's about a 2/3, 1/3 split. About 1/3 of the people taking the course have no contact with Dynamics 365, and the other 2/3 are using it. I've seen it go as low as 50-50, and I've seen it go as high as 100%. Some on-sites, for instance, everybody's using Dynamics 365. This course makes no reference to Dynamics 365. If you're looking for hints or guidance on how to use the Power Platform to work with Dynamics 365, this is not that course. This is a course on how to build Power Apps. We're going to be interacting with the Dataverse. We're going to use a couple of the tables. See, I got it right. I didn't say entities. A couple of the tables that come with Dynamics 365 as part of this course. But we're also going to build most of our tables ourselves. So this is very definitely not a Dynamics 365 course. It's very definitely a Power Platform course. I think I've discussed. There are something else that's new, and I am going to talk about what's new in the environment in a second. Well, in a little bit. Something else that's new is Power Virtual Agents. We don't cover those in those courses, but they're worth investigating, and they do get a brief mention, I think, in the textbook. Power Virtual Agents are chatbots. There is a new feature in PowerApps that lets you create a chatbot. It uses Microsoft's Cognitive Services, has this ability to create chatbots. You can feed it, for example, an FAQ, or you can feed it your product catalog, and it will convert. It'll create a chatbot, and then of course you can also customize it and build it yourself. And they've put an extension on PowerApps that lets you hook into creating your own virtual agents. And as I remember, there is a section on that at the end of the textbook, but we don't cover that in this course. It's like 10 pages. We're also not going to be talking about Power BI. And I think you probably assumed that. That's not something. You probably assumed the Power Virtual Agents too. So we assume the existence of unified interface. We ignore Power Virtual Agents, and we ignore Power BI. And this is 5 days of hardcore Power Apps. All right, let's get you, at this point, your course material. Now, some of this stuff you will already have done, but I'm morally obligated to walk you through it anyway. So the first thing you do, in order to get your textbook, the first thing you need to do is go to LearningTree. I'm up in Canada, so learningtree.ca or learningtree.com. Once you get to learn, I didn't realize you did all this morning to get to the classroom. You click on the login button, put in your username, put in your password that LearningTree has sent you. Hopefully you replaced it with something better, and click login. Now this morning, to join the class, when these tiles appeared, you clicked on the join button. What I'd like you to do this time is click on the details button. So click on the details button. Now, your screen looks very different from mine because I'm the instructor. I don't get stuff that you get. You don't get the instructor guide. Now, we are recording these sessions because you recognize when you're at home, right, you get pulled away and you miss part of the lecture, and of course, that would be awful not to hear some of the talking I do. So these are being taped. My experience has been that the videos are available by 6 o'clock Eastern Time. So if you come back to the site anytime after 6 o'clock Eastern Time, I think you'll find the videos there. The videos will either be here or here, depending on, how big your screen is. So it's somewhere in this area or somewhere in this area. But they are the last of these tiles to appear. So if you go here and you don't see the video, count to 5. And the tile will appear here showing you all the videos. And the last one will be there the one for Friday will be there my experience has been by 6 p.m. on Friday. You have also paid for an hour of consulting time from me. And you can get that anywhere in 90 days after this course is over. Again, come back here and look for the tile for after-course instructor coaching request. And we can do it by email, we can do it by phone, and I don't worry about the hour. We take as much time as you want. We don't provide a voucher for the certification exam. If you want to do the certification exam, you're on your own for that. We've discovered that most of the people taking this course aren't interested in the certification exam and have no desire to pay more for the course for an exam they don't need to take. However, I have taken a lot of Microsoft certification exams, and I typically pass the first time. About a quarter of the time, I pass the second time. And I've been doing this since 1997. I think Microsoft has retired more certifications than I currently own, and I think I currently own 6 or 8 certifications. These days, most of them are in Azure, of course. If you are interested, send me your email. I have a little 4-page document I've made up on how I prepare to take a Microsoft certification exam, and about a page and a half on that, and this is about a page and a half on the strategies I follow when I'm taking a certificate, or the tactics I follow when I'm taking a certification exam. So if you think that might be interesting, put your email in the chat window and I will send that to you. All right. I think that's everything. Now, let's get you your course material, which is what I came here for. Over here in the course material, yours looks completely different. You have a license key and you have a button. So the first thing you need to do is select and copy that license key. Now, you don't have to right-click and to do the copy. I'm just right-clicking so you can see that I'm doing it. But Control-C works fine. So once you've selected and copied the license key, click on the button. And the button will take you to this site, skillpipe.com. Now, if you've been here before, just click on the Sign In button. If this is the first time you've been here, click on the Join Now button and go through the Join Now process, all right? And I'm going to be quiet for 2 or 3 minutes while you're going through the Join Now process. It's the usual thing, right? Email address and stuff.
Stating, yeah, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing swell.
I just sent a message to the support because I'm not showing any course material at all on my details profile page.
Ah! I wouldn't be surprised to find that. Did you register like just late last week? I betcha. I'm sure it'll be there. We've got your lab set up. I think that's good news. But my experience has been that it takes a while longer to get the skill pipe stuff
Thank
done.
you.
So, there you go. No problem. I should have mentioned that because I could have seen that coming. Super. Ah, that's interesting. Oh, Jacob, what's up? Davina, if you registered late last week, it's entirely possible that your skill pipe stuff isn't there yet. It should show up later on today. And given the damage I've done to Chapter 1, you're probably just as happy not to have it. So, I was about to say, Jacob, if you're talking, I am not yet hearing you.
Test.
There we go. Hi.
Hey, good morning, Peter. Thanks for joining us this morning or helping us out here, sir. Sir, I just wanted to ask, as far as this course, having a good understanding of what Power Apps does, will that help us, or are we going to be kind of being introduced to the entire platform?
You're being introduced to the entire platform. If you have, say, 4 or 6 months worth of experience with PowerApp, much of this course will be a refresher. There will be the odd thing where you'll go, oh, I did not know that. But for instance, the Dataverse and model-driven apps, and perhaps even most of the Canvas apps, will be stuff you'd be very familiar with if you've got 6 months experience, 4 to 6 months experience with Power Apps. But no, other than that, it's
I mean, I taught myself
much
via YouTube videos, so I'm assuming this is going to be much more helpful. I don't know if...
Well, and you know, the benefit of taking a course is that when you're learning stuff through YouTube videos and on your own, you never know what you don't know, right? You don't know. I never needed to do this, so I didn't learn that, right? I never thought that out, and this is going to force you to go through all the stuff you never needed to know.
I'm 3/4 of a way through.
I think that's a good thing.
A big project, but I I find myself having to figure out or try to fill the gaps through some creative solution. And I'm sure there's a much easier way than me spending 6 hours watching YouTube videos on at 2 times the speed. I'm hoping this helps. Thank you.
Well, I admire your faith. Hopefully that'll pay off. You get to fill out an evaluation on Friday, so that's your chance to say, I cannot believe I have ever been so disappointed in my whole life.
I just wanted to give some context to the black box that you're probably talking to on the side.
There you go. Okay. When you get through the Join Now process, where you need to be is on this Add Course page. So if you're not on this Add Course page, then go to the hamburger menu in the upper left-hand corner and pick Add Course. Once you're on the Add Course page, paste in your license key and click Redeem License Key. And at this point, you discovered you've copied something else. So you have to go back to course details and copy the license key again. After you've pasted in and redeemed your license key, you need to be on your bookshelf. So if you're not, and I'm pretty sure that after you claim your license key, you're dropped onto your bookshelf, but if you're not, go to the hamburger menu and pick bookshelf. So first thing, go to Add Course, paste in your license key, click Redeem License Key, then after you finish that process, if you're not on your bookshelf, go back to the hamburger menu and pick bookshelf. Now, I'm a Microsoft certified trainer, and one of the benefits of being an MCT is that I get all my stuff from SkillPipe for free. So you can see I have exploited that mercilessly. But the one you want is this one, PL400T00A, Microsoft Power Platform. Of course, if you're new to SkillPipe, this is the only document you have. So find Microsoft Power Platform Developer and click on it, and that will open the book. Now, this is not the common experience. I just want to warn you on SkillPipe. The common experience is that there's multiple versions of any book you pick. So normally when you click on this, it shows you all the different versions of the book. But there is, at least right now, there is only one version for the Power Platform Developer. So you go directly into the book. Now this book is yours forever, or at least as long as either SkillPipe or Microsoft is around. This book is yours. You can, if you want to get back to it, notice you don't have to go to the Learning Tree site. You can just go skillpipe.com, and there you are, and log in, and you can look at all of your material. When your book came up the first time, you had to, of course, agree to some licensing agreement that you have never, in fact, read and have no intention of reading. And then they show you a picture of the cover of the book, and as near as I can tell, you can't ever get back to that picture again. So what you will be using a lot over here is the table of contents. And this does all the things that you would expect a table of contents to do, an electronic reader. You can expand the modules. There are the various components of the modules. You can do a search. There's two searches up here. Do be aware that this search searches the table of contents. This search over here searches the whole book. You can put in bookmarks. You can make notes. Down here you can print things. Do be aware, however, when you print things, it's only printing the current section. It's not printing the whole book. There is a option to print to PDF, but you are, for instance, here this is printing exactly one page because this section is only one page. If you want to download this, so you can, as a PDF file, for example, so that you could shoot it over to your Kindle, then what you want is up here in the upper right-hand corner. And this is the download option there. And if you click that, that will allow you to get an offline copy. Because right now you can only read this while you're online. Now, there is a choice here that says offline. You notice you can't actually change it. What happens is if you lose your internet connection, you will still be able to read all of this document. Behind the scenes, it caches the document locally, caches the document on your computer. So if you do lose your internet connection, depending on how much of the document is being cached, you will be able to read it. But if you want an offline copy, probably using the download is your safest bet. Certainly what I do. So as I say, you can follow along. Every once in a while someone says, can I get a copy of the slides? Every graphic that you see in these slides is in the course notes. There's nothing on the slides that isn't somewhere in these course notes. There aren't a lot of graphics, actually. I'm trying to find one to show off, and I'm not having a lot of luck. So anyway, trust me, any graphic that appears on the slides is also here in the course notes. So, and I'm not allowed to share the slides with you. You'd have to. I'm not even allowed to share. Actually, I'm not supposed to have rewritten the slides either. But of course, it's considerably easier for me to teach if I rearrange the slides. So I do. Okay. Now, the other thing I wanted to mention in terms of how the world is turning. I put a link in the chat window, and I'm just going to open it now. And this describes the sort of the current changes for Power Apps. There's actually sort of two phases they're going through. The 2020 Release Wave 1 and the 2021 Release Wave 1. The reason there's sort of two that are going through is the 2020 Release Wave 1 is not complete yet. So this is why we've now got the 2021, still Release Wave 1. Most of the stuff that's in Release Wave 1 isn't all that interesting to me. Building apps for Microsoft Teams with modern controls. You notice that still general availability is not yet been announced. And that's fair. I mean, it went into public preview on September 17th. But it does let you, if you're working in a Teams environment, you can create a tab in the Teams environment and drop your Power App on it. And that's easier using the public preview stuff. And you can, the process for getting your apps into the Microsoft Teams store is a little bit easier. Offline, you can run your apps in offline mode. So if the user is working with your app and they lose internet connection, probably on their smartphone because they've gone through a tunnel, provided in your Canvas app, and to a certain extent your model-driven app, if you've been making effective use in your Canvas app to save and load data, and save and load data to the user's computer. And as a result, even if you lose the internet connection, you can take advantage of that. That's being made a little bit easier to do. And you can do more function. There's more things that you can do in offline mode using the built-in features of managing Power Apps, for example. And again, there's that fallout from the unified interface. And there's now a single app that you can use to run model-driven apps, run Canvas apps. It's just that single app. And that's really what you should be using on your smartphones and your tablets. We're going to just surf to the sites in this class. We're not going to add the app to our computers. We'll just use a web interface. But it is a very controlled and customized environment we're running in. Application Insights is Microsoft's tool for analyzing how your application is behaving. If you're having performance issues, Application Insights will help you track them down. Notice that's in what they call early access mode. It's still not general availability. And moving solutions from one environment to another environment, they've made some enhancements there also. Now, I say I'm not really interested in those. By and large, I don't have a lot of performance problems with Power Apps. And when I do, it's almost always data related. So it's pretty obvious to me what my problem is. We're going to talk about the most likely causes of you having performance problems with your Power Apps and what you should do about it. So we are, and it's almost all data related. So we'll talk about what you can do for the most common problems that cause your application to start dragging its feet. And then there's a whole bunch of stuff for integrating with virtual reality. And I went, well, I'm sorry, I'm not doing any of that, so I don't care about that. Now, this is the stuff that did start attracting my attention. And that is if you are creating a website using Power Apps. Now, generally speaking, people don't hire me to create, well, I'm an independent consultant, don't hire me to create websites using Power Apps. If they hire me to create a website, they expect me to use ASP.NET MVC Core. But nonetheless, stuff happens, and I'll be working on a Power App project, and they'll say, well, why don't we create a corresponding portal for it? And I'll say, well, I know how to do that. Why don't you pay me to do it? And there have been some additional stuff added there that has helped with that. And you can see this is the longest area of enhancements. Microsoft really is trying to make Power Apps into a better tool for creating websites. We're not going to spend a lot of time on that, but that is a growth area for web app portal, for Power Apps. And the unified experience. And again, notice that's the one that we've got the most stuff that's in general release. You don't have to do anything. For most of the stuff that's done here, it's just that unified environment, that app that you use on your tablet and your smartphone, just works better. It's just better. There's nothing you can take advantage of. This is just stuff that is being applied and made your apps better. So that's the other big one. In terms of what's coming in 2021, though, it's now you now can package up apps and make them available to Microsoft Teams without going through Microsoft Store at all. So if someone in your organization wants to create a Power App and make it available to your Microsoft Teams, you can add it to your Microsoft Teams catalog for your organization and skip the Store's experience altogether. Again, a bunch of improvements to the Unified App. When they rolled out Unified App, there was a lot of stuff you couldn't do there, or it didn't work the same way as it did. And this is what they've been tackling, is basically cleaning up that tablet and smartphone application and making it work the way, quite frankly, the way it should. So again, nothing you have to do, and this is a big one if you're working with teams and you want to deliver Power Apps. This stuff, again, there's not much you have to do. This stuff happens automatically. It's just the Unified App is working better than it used to. So, okay. So I put the link for that in the chat window if you're interested. All right, so let's get started. Let's get started on working with the Dataverse. Now, I do need to check one other thing. Have you guys gotten an email from Learning Tree with the link to your lab environment? I just need a couple of people to say, yeah, we got from Learning Tree, we got the link to our lab environment. Sometimes I have to provide it. Sometimes Learning Tree mails it to you. Okay, so I have to provide it. All right. Great. All right. That's fine. Super. If I've got 4 people who didn't get it, that means nobody got it. I have those links, and I will be distributing them over. We won't need them before our first break, so I will distribute those links over the break. Do you have? I better check though. Microsoft Learning Tree was talking about doing this, but I don't know if they have yet. I don't think it's been implemented, but maybe I'm wrong. On your dashboard, do you have a hands-on exercise button over here? Do you have a hands-on exercise button? No, I didn't think so. Okay. That's not something we're doing yet. But I thought I should check, This is the advantage of not being able to walk around people's desks and look over their shoulder and see what's on the screen. So you have to ask everybody. Okay, great. All right, well, let's start off. And what we're going to do first is talk about the Dataverse. And that's what we used to, and your textbook will refer to as the Common Data Service. That was its old name, but now it's called the Dataverse. And we're going to talk about how you set up your data, and because in business applications, it's all about the data, right? So we're going to talk about how you set up your data, and then we're going to show you how to create model-driven applications. Model-driven applications are applications that are driven by the structure of your data, no-code or low-code solutions. Actually, all the solutions in PowerApps are low-code solutions. Model-driven apps are effectively no-code solutions. And it just looks at your data. And I always encourage people, you say, I don't know if I need to build this as a Canvas app or a model-driven app. I say, build it as a model-driven app. And, your users may come to you and say, I wish it did this. And you have a couple of choices at that point. You can say, well, I can't do that with a model-driven app. And if you want me to convert this to a Canvas-driven app, I have to go away for a month, and I will come back with a Canvas-driven app. And often the response is, oh, well, that's fine then. Or you can say, well, I can build a Canvas-driven app that does that sort of is beside the model-driven app. And so when you want to do this thing, you will go to my Canvas-driven app. And again, often your users will say, okay, well, how long will that take? A week or two. Okay, well, that's fine. That's the way we'll do it. However, occasionally users will say, I'm not happy with either of those solutions. This is really important. It's critical. There's going to be more like this stuff. I really think we need an application that this is built into. There is no way to convert a model-driven app to a Canvas-driven app. Canvas-driven apps, however, give you far more control over the user interface and far more control over your processing. The cost is that you have to exercise far more control over your user interface and far more control over what little code you put in. So there's it's a lot more time consuming to create a Canvas-driven app than is to build a model-driven app, as you will see. And since you can't migrate a model-driven app to a Canvas-driven app, if you create it as a model-driven app first, and your users go, this is really going to work, you're going to basically have to recreate the app as a Canvas-driven application. And that may seem like a waste to you. It may seem, oh, well, I'm doing this twice. I would say not. I would say your model-driven app acts like a prototype. First off, it may, in fact, meet all the user's needs. They may decide that whatever changes they want aren't worth the time, effort, money to get them, even if it's you putting in the time and effort. But it also, whenever you release a software application, you change your user's world. And because you've changed your user's world, they realize things they didn't realize before. They see opportunities they didn't see before. They see options they didn't have before. And as a result, when you go to create, if the model-driven app isn't sufficient, and a lot of the time it will be, but where it isn't sufficient and you do have to create a Canvas-driven app, you will find that your Canvas-driven app is not, in fact, a recreation of your model-driven app, that it's a different app, that you've taken advantage of your user's experience with the model-driven app, and you create a better Canvas-driven app. My claim is if you built it using a Canvas-driven app initially, you were going to have to redo it anyway. When the user saw it, they'd go, oh, and you would have had to rebuild it anyway. So doing it as a model-driven app lowers the cost of that initial version. So this is the note. You're going to see this note at the start of every one of our slides, and this is the bit about the terminology change. And I've made those changes in the course notes. So what are we going to do together? We're going to introduce you to model-driven apps and dataverses. We're going to get started with model-driven apps. We're going to get started with the dataverse. We're going to create and manage tables, what we used to call entities. And I am going to reference some of the old terminology because, of course, the actual definition of programming, the actual definition of application development, the actual definition is Googling Stack Overflow. Right? Whenever you run into a problem, what do? You Google the problem, and almost always the first choice is something from Stack Overflow. So if you do that, you're going to find a lot of the answers are older than a year. The answers from more than a year ago. And so they're going to use the old terminology. They're going to use entity. They're going to use field, and so on. So I will be referencing, at least today, some of the older terminology, intentionally referring to some of the older. The rest of the week, whenever I use the old terminology, it's going to be because I've forgotten. So I'm going to show you how to create and manage columns within a table, and we're going to talk about working with choices. These used to be called fields. These used to be called option sets. And these used to be called entities. And by the way, there's at least some places in the PowerApps user interface as you're building PowerApps where Microsoft has not yet changed this terminology. And you'll suddenly find that this screen is talking about entities and fields and option sets. You're going to go, oh, right, that's the old stuff. We're going to show you how to create a relationship between tables. We're going to show you how to define and create business rules. We're going to talk about creating calculation and roll-up columns, and we're going to talk about security. And this chapter takes us pretty much all day, and sometimes even into tomorrow. So there's a lot of stuff going on here. So why do we use the Dataverse? Now, one of the things I need to warn you about, Microsoft has set up these modules so they can be taught standalone. And as a result, you're going to find some repeated material as we move from module to module. And I will just, when the material crops up again, I will blow past it as quickly as I can. I'm not supposed to be rewriting the slides, so I have decided that what Microsoft means is I am allowed to add new slides, and I am allowed to rearrange the slides, but I'm not allowed to delete any slides. So all of the stuff that Microsoft has provided is still here. And the rewriting I've done has been purely to create correct grammatical errors and terminology. So I'm assuming that Microsoft will forgive me for all of those things. But I think if I started deleting slides, someone would come and yell at me. I don't know how they'd know, but they would come and yell at me. So for instance, this slide is going to crop up in the next module almost identically. And so when you see me blow past a slide, don't panic. It's not because we're not skipping anything. It's just we've already covered that in a previous model. So the idea behind the Dataverse was to make database management as simple as possible, that it would take care of all the stuff for you and implement a whole bunch of best practices for you so you could take care of it. Ditto, it would help you secure your data because this is very much integrated with Azure Active Directory, AAD for short. And Azure Active Directory is the source for managing all security. Azure has this whole role-based access control system that allows you to control what users you're doing by assigning them roles. It has all this system set up. You can create security groups, so you can assign people to a group and then assign permissions to the group rather than have to manage it on a user-by-user basis, you know, what we used to call roles. So all of this stuff is available through Azure Active Directory. And of course, if you've already got Azure Active Directory set up in your on-premises environment, I really should upgrade to rack-mounted servers. But trust me, that's my picture of a server. Microsoft provides AD Connect, which allows you to take all of your on-premises Active Directory identities and push it up to Azure Active Directory. It even has some limited amount of write-back stuff so that you keep everything in sync. And so as a result, the security, all the infrastructure for the security for your data in your Dataverse is taken care of. The Dataverse is also where your Dynamics 365 data is stored. So as a result, if you're working with Dynamics 365, you'll find, oh, look, my data's there. But again, security kicks in. If you're not allowed to look at that data, you won't be allowed to look at that data, even though it's in the Dataverse and you have access to the Dataverse. If some user is using your application and the application goes to access some data that user is not allowed to see, it'll say, no, the application won't be allowed to access the data. So all that security infrastructure is built in. Then we're going to talk about rich metadata, and I'm going to come back to that when we actually look at some Dataverse tables. I'll talk about rich metadata, words. It's relatively easy for you to incorporate logic and validation into your Dataverse stuff. So Microsoft talks about complex objects. These are objects that you can associate business rules with so that you can prevent bad things happening to good data by building that in. And it doesn't matter which application is going after this data. The business rules live with the data. So as a result, this is stuff we don't have to worry about somebody forgetting to put this validation or put this control into the application. We've put that into the data, so it's guaranteed to be applied. That logic and validation breaks into two groups, data-oriented and UI-oriented. Now, the reason we have to make that distinction is the data and UI-oriented stuff works in all kinds of apps. So both model-driven and Canvas application. However, the UI stuff that the business rules provide you, the UI stuff won't work in a Canvas application. Only the data-driven stuff will work. And when we talk about Canvas apps, I'll bring that up. So do recognize that when you apply a business rule, some of the stuff will work regardless of what application, and other stuff will only work in a model-driven application. UI stuff will only work in a model-driven application. And we'll see that when we get to creating business rules. And then there's all sorts of productivity tools available for you to work and add-ins for you to work with stuff in the Dataverse. Microsoft Excel seems to be Microsoft's chosen tool for working with the Dataverse. And I like Excel, so that works for me. We will eventually be creating a model-driven application. And model-driven applications, they say, are component-focused. And what that means is that you say, I want a text box, I want a checkbox, I want a drop-down list. It says, great, got it, right? And it's all set up, and it looks at your data, and the text box and the model-driven app and the drop-down list and everything are just configured based on your data. So if you get your data right, you'll get your app right, and you'll get your user interface right. If you're unhappy with your app and your user interface, you go back and change your data structure. And then those changes will be reflected in your, or if you have to go back and change your data structure, those changes will be reflected in your model-driven application. And you can create relatively complex responsive apps. And responsive means they'll work on the small screen on your smartphone, and they'll work on the desktop, a unified environment, unified interface. Quite robust. This stuff, generally speaking, I mean, everything crashes, but generally speaking, no, this stuff doesn't. And once you've created a model-driven app, you can distribute it as a solution. And there's actually two ways when you create an app that you can have other people use it. You can have, you can share it, and this really makes sense only if you're involving a small number of other users, typically people who are involved in the development process. So people who are going to be testing the app or people who are going to be contributing to building the app. And then we're going to talk about sharing the app. But the other thing you can do is you distribute the app and move it to an environment that lots of people can access. And so one of the things you're going to be hearing me talk about is the difference between my dev environment, my development environment, and my production environment. And the production environment approach to distributing an application, that production environment approach, that's the one I think you should take if your app is going to be used by people other than testers and other developers. And we're going to see that in production, see that in action in the exercise. So what do we do when we create a model-driven app? The most important thing is model the business data, create the right data structure. And that's what Dataverse let us do. Well, I've always considered myself a database designer. The applications are just sort of a happy accident but something I rack up billable hours for by creating the application. And Vogel's first law of database design is if you get the database design right, everything is easy. If you get it wrong, make sure You are paid by the hour because you're going to spend the rest of your natural life trying to make this thing work. So that is the most important thing. Defining business processes is going to control what screens and users are going to see. And if all you want to do is support the standard business processes of creating new entities, I'm going to say, new customers, retrieving existing customers, updating existing customers, and deleting existing customers. In other words, the CRUD applications that are the foundation of every application. Model-driven apps will do that, and I think do a great job of it too. I hope I'm probably suggesting that it's very rigid and you can't modify it or tweak. In fact, you do have a lot of control over the user interface in the model-driven app. Just you've got more in the Canvas-driven app. And in fact, Power Automate, if we're talking about processes, this is where Power Automate steps in. Power Automate allows you to set up a process that has several user interfaces that the user has to go through one after another, sort of like a wizard. But Power Automate also, and this is what we're going to do, lets you set up a process that runs underground, that has no user involvement. It just takes care of doing stuff based on what the user has done. And you can integrate Power Automate into not directly, but you can leverage Power Automate solutions in a model-driven application. You may say, oh yes, well when the user makes this particular update, I want these 5 other things to happen. Power Automate will let you do that. We're going to demonstrate that in the Power Automate chapter. So if the process can't be done through the model app user interface, and you may run into that situation, the next question you should ask is, well, does it need a user interface at all? If it doesn't need a user interface at all, if it's just a matter of kicking off and executing some process, maybe I can handle that through Power Automate, which is why we're going to talk about Power Automate on Wednesday. And then you have to decide, how does the app hang together? What is the user's experience going to be like? So, if you want, let me just go back to your skill pipe. Did I close that down? I bet I did. I'm not very bright. Just another pretty face, folks. Now, we're not actually going to do this exercise, by the way. I put it in here just to point something out. And in fact, don't do this exercise because it'll cause you grief when we actually start doing our labs. If you go to your textbook and go to search and do a search on exercise, there are a ton of exercises that you can do, and you don't need the lab environment that we're going to take you to after the break. You don't need the lab environment to do these exercises. All you need is a PowerApp trial license. All you need. As I say, if you get down to the Azure labs, you're going to need an Azure trial license. But all you need is the PowerPoint trial license. Or if you do come to the lab environment that we're going to expose you to, that's available to you for, I think, 30 days after the course is available. It may be 90 days after the course is available. You'll find out Friday morning. Friday morning, a little box will pop up and tell you how long it's available to, or on the Learning Tree site. That license is considerably longer than 30 days. So these exercises, if you're looking for more opportunities to try stuff out, these exercises are well worth mentioning, well worth looking at. And by the way, often these exercises walk you through some particular process step by step. It seems to me this is where the print option can be very helpful to you. You know, if you say, well, I'm doing something, and oh, look, here's this thing, here's this exercise in the textbook that does the thing I want to do. It may be worthwhile to say, oh, okay, well, you know what, I'm going to print that off, either to PDF, and then use that to reference. As you can see, there's the whole process right there. And I think the step-by-step guides that they have in here are pretty good, as a matter of fact. So this lets you grab a fundraising app template and work with the template, but that's not what we're going to do. We're going to, when we come back after the break and got everybody connected to their lab, what we're going to do is set you up, go through a process of setting you up to do all the subsequent labs. So wait for it. All right, so let's talk a little bit. Once we've got you connected to the lab and we start working the Dataverse, what are the things you can try to do? Well, the first things you're going to do is you're going to create, either use an existing table or create or design a new table. They describe tables are items with properties you track. I suspect that's left over from when they used to describe them as entities. A table has columns, and this is, just the standard database stuff that we're all used to, right? So we have a column for every piece of information that we want to keep, and we have a row for every instance, every custom. So we have, for customers, we have one row for every customer, and we keep first name, last name, cust ID. That's a table. And there, the term we now use for referring to our tables is columns. Tables can also have relationships with each other. So, for instance, a customer can have one or more sales orders. Actually, 0 or more sales orders. I guess it depends how we define a customer. Can somebody be a customer if they haven't actually bought something from us? But the customer table may have one or more sales orders. And a sales order, and a customer may also have one or more addresses, right? You've got a billing address, a shipping address, the current address, the address to use after a certain date for shipping purposes. And, oops, that's not what I do. And sales order is linked to one or more products. Hopefully, our typical customer buys more than one thing from us on a sales order. Hopefully, they buy 4 or 5 items on a sales order. So those relationships are equally as important as everything else we do, especially in a model-driven application. And then we have the choice or choices column. A choice or choices column, when we talk about database design, one of the things we talk about in a database design is what is the domain of a column. And that is what counts as a valid entry. And sometimes the domain is really large. Like for first name, the domain is it has to be a string or text. Age has to be an integer number. We don't, generally speaking, record ages of anybody under 5 years old. We generally don't record them in fractions. But sometimes our columns, the domain is very strict. It might be, it's either active, I can do this, active or inactive. It may be that the domain for the column is it's either a new, pending, in progress, result. Never make the boxes big enough. That's what choices and choice allow you to do. They allow you to specify a domain. It's got to be one of these values, period. So when you specify a column as a choices column, you're specifying that it's one of these two values. Jacob, one of these values.
Hey, sir. Before we go too far from the drawing that you have above there, how do you connect, let's say, multiple data sets? Like, what would be the unique identifier that would connect it, and how do you do that across various Excel formats? Because they're essentially 2 data sets, right?
Various Excel formats, I don't know. Various data sets. You've actually got in the Dataverse, you've actually got 2 ways of doing that. Internally, when you create a table or any of the existing tables that are already defined in the Dataverse, they all have a column called primary key, and you can't do anything with that. The Dataverse, whenever you add a new row, automatically puts a value in that primary key column, and it's guaranteed to be unique within that table. Actually, it's probably guaranteed to be unique in all time and all space, but it's guaranteed to be unique in that table. No two rows in the same table will have that value in the primary key column. So that's one way you can uniquely identify every row. They also have a column called primary name, and that you do have control over. You can give the column a different name if you want. So, for instance, you might want to, instead of having that column called primary name, you might want to call it customer ID. You might want to call it meeting date. So you may want to change the column from sort of the generic primary key to a more specific name. You also get to control the data type for that column. You don't have a lot of control, but you do have some control over the kind of data that goes into that column. And we'll talk about that control when we get there. So this is where you can put a unique identifier that makes sense to you. Remember, the primary key column, you have no control over that. But you may say, oh, you know what, we want to give all of our products have an ID assigned to them that indicates, whether it's a service or a hard good or if it's made of zinc, and so we want to use those identifiers. You may want to identify all of your conferences by start date, right? This is our June 5th conference or whatever. And so primary name would be the column you would use for that. Now, I got to warn you, by default, that primary name column, which is where you're supposed to put a user-friendly identifier, that primary name column is not guaranteed to be unique. If it's important to you that every row have a unique value, primary name column can let you down by letting you have two rows with exactly the same value in primary name. You can get around that, though. You can create a key for your primary name column. And you probably want to do that anyway, because when you create a key on a column, you find things faster. So if you've got a table of more than 50 or 60 items, putting a key on it means that you'll be able to retrieve those rows faster. That helps with performance. And as a result, that key on the primary name column will also guarantee that you don't have duplicate values. So I suggest the way you want to do that is use the primary name column. Feel free to rename it to something more meaningful, and slap a key on it and use that to join your items together.
And I'm sure we'll get more into it. So I appreciate it. At least I now have the names. Thank you.
No problem. No problem. Now, that's the choices column that I talked about, where you can have any number of entries. But in fact, if you only have two entries, active or inactive, then you can set it up as a choice column. Now, a choice column is really what we would, in other environments, we'd call a Boolean. It's either on or off. It's true or it's false, right? And in fact, when you set up a choice column, it says, oh, okay, the only two valid values are yes and no. I'm actually lying to you a bit here. That's purely a user interface thing. But it will say you've got you're giving the user two choices, yes or no. So choices allows you to have any number of values that the user can pick from, but they have to pick one of those values. Choice means that you're limiting the user to two choices. By default, those choices are called yes or no, but if you want to rename those two choices to active, inactive, fine, knock yourself out, doesn't matter. So, choice, two columns, two choices, call them whatever you want. Choices, multiple choices, and the user has to pick one of them. If you set up a column as a choices column, it appears as a drop-down list. You don't have a lot of control over it, but it's usually going to appear as a drop-down list, and the user can pick the one they want. If you display something, if you pick something as a choice, then it'll appear as a toggle button. Again, you have some control over this, but the default is it appears as a toggle button, and whatever you've picked as my choices, and I went with active and inactive, appear on either side of the toggle button. So this is what you get if you set up a column as a choices, and this is what if you set the column up as a choice. And the other stuff, text, numeric, is pretty much what you'd expect, except for one little wrinkle. Let's say you say, I want to store first name. You're going to find, and you go, oh, I want the text column. You're going to find you've got three choices for if you set up a column as for text. And those three choices are, God, I can't remember what the name of one of the choices is. If I was smart, I would simply put off this slide until later. But you have text. Oops. You have text, and that means the user is going to get a text box, and they can type in as much as they want. You also have another choice called multi-line text. And for that one, the user gets a box, a rectangular box rather than a single line box with a scroll bar down the side. And the ability to hit the enter key inside. And you recognize this, oh yeah, this is a multi-line text box in HTML. There's a third text option whose name I have just blanked on. That's embarrassing. And basically, it gives you the multi-line text box in the user interface. And you go, well, why do I have this third choice? Every other environment I've worked in, if I've had this, it's either text box, or multi-line text. What's this third option? Multi-line text has a limit on it of it's got to be less than 4,000 characters. Can I suggest if you're letting people type more than 4,000 characters into your user interface, you have problems we cannot address in this course. The reason you would pick the other text, you can tell that I don't remember its name, you can tell how often I've used it, right? But it gives you the multi-line text box on the screen, but it lets you have more than 4,000 characters. I think it's 1 billion. It's a terrifically large number at any rate. So just recognize that when you see these three choices, just recognize you probably aren't interested in the third one. It gives you the same user interface as multi-line text, and you probably don't want your users putting 4,000 characters worth of data into your system anyway. All right, so let's, before we start talking about tables, I know it's hard to tell by watching me work, but I actually have a certificate in teaching adults. I know, hard to believe. And the thing I was told in the very first hour of the very first course that I took in that program was that the human brain cannot absorb what the human bum cannot endure. Or to put it another way, the more time we spend sitting down, the more that the blood gathers in a place where we do not think. So we are going to, in terms of our schedule, we are going to start all times Eastern time. I guess we're Eastern Daylight Time, aren't we? We will start at 9 o'clock, and we will take a break about now, about 10:30. Now, if I've just finished up something, I don't want to start, spend 2 minutes talking about the next thing and then say, okay, let's take a break. Alternatively, if I'm near the end of something, I'll say, let me finish up this, and then we will take our break. But 9 o'clock start, 10:30 break, and do get up and walk around. That's 15 minutes. We'll stop at 12 o'clock for lunch. We will resume, as you might expect, at 1 o'clock. And again, approximately 2:30, we will take another break, 15 minutes. And I am aiming to finish up at 4:30 or close to 4:30 every day. May go a little, a couple minutes long, may finish up a couple minutes early. If we finish up a couple of minutes early, I expect that to show up in the course evaluation, right? Let us out early, great guy. So, but this is our very first break. So let's take 15 minutes. And I was about to say I'll see you later, but in fact you will see me later. All right, welcome back. So now that we've got some time, I didn't want to rush this before. I'd like to make sure that you can get to your lab environment, and we'll go through the initial part of setting up your lab, because this doesn't always work right. In the chat window, why is that not coming up? 1 second. There we go. In the chat window, you should see a link that says learningtree.learnondemand.net. Click on that link. And it should bring you to this screen. So that's learningtree.learnondemand.net. Just click the link in the chat window. And then click on the sign in button. And that should bring you to this window, this page. Put in the email address you used to get to this class with, the email address that you used with My Learning Tree, whatever email address Learning Tree has been using to communicate with you. Put that in. And your password is, now I've put that in the chat window also, but do be careful. I think I copied it with a period at the end. So you want to make sure there's no period. Make sure you don't, if you copy it out of the chat window, make sure you don't take the period. It's uppercase P, A, $, W, 0, R, D. So that's uppercase P, A, $, W, 0, R, D, and then click sign in. And I've changed my password, so there we go. I'll get in. But your password should be PA, $W0RD. It does not. Oh, okay, let me check and see what's gone wrong. Don't go away. So let me just confirm. Oh, it worked for you. I'm wondering if, again, we're getting, no, this is far more people than the people who just, now, remember the email address you use has to be the same one you used with your Microsoft account, right? Sorry, with your Learning Tree account. So it has to be the same email address that you used with that. Well, let me check. Maybe I was afraid of that. You're supposed to say, oh, that email address is what you were supposed to say. All right. One second. I'm just getting in touch with Tier 2 support. Well, you shouldn't get. Yeah, I don't think anybody got the email address. That's something. Sometimes Learning Tree runs these things differently, and I've never figured out the basis for why it's run some one way and not another. So I don't think there is an email. I don't think anybody got an email address about connecting to the dev environment. I think I just made that up. So. Oh, we've got Frank Morello working on it. That's Frank Morello. We've got Frank working on it. That's fabulous. Yo, Stephen, what's up?
Hey, I apologize. I kind of got back from the break a little bit late. I clicked on the link, but are we supposed to sign in just with our own credentials or
yes?
Credentials?
You should sign in with your the email address. What's supposed to work, though we're getting some variation here. What's supposed to work is your email address that you used with Learning Tree's site, whatever email address Learning Tree has been using to communicate with you, and then your password is supposed to be PA, uppercase PA, $, $W0RD.
With no period, right?
No period, yeah. Yeah, I know. I've sloppy copying. Oh, and Frank says, Davina, you should have gotten an email with your skill pipe key and license. So they're working like mad to get that set up. So for those of you who didn't find, when you went to the My Learning Tree site, there was no link to skill pipe with the license key. It looks like what they're doing is they're sending you an email with the skill pipe information that you need to get to your textbook. Okay, Frank's talking.
And Peter, I was just going to confirm for myself as well that like the password's not working for me.
Okay. Super. Okay. This is why I do this as early as I possibly can in the process. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. We're going to leave this up, and while Tier 2 support, we're in good hands with Frank. Frank knows everything, can fix anything. So we're in good hands with Frank, and we'll come back to this and get the rest of the way in. So there we go. So let's talk some more about tables. Data is stored in the Dataverse as sets of records, and the official term now for those sets of records is tables. All of these environments can access the Dataverse. Dynamics 365, in fact, Dynamics 365 comes pre-populated with the data for your organization. Office 365, mobile apps, web apps, all of these applications, anything we create in Power Apps, Power Automate, Power BI, which we're not going to talk about, and they all let us connect to the Dataverse. In addition to which, the Dataverse also, well, I guess Power Platform also includes data connectors, and you can use connectors to access anything else, anything that isn't part of the Dataverse. There's around about 300 connectors right now. Some of them are premium connectors. You have to pay for them. A lot of the connectors are free, and there's connectors, for instance, that will let you interact with, and I am just picking this out because it amazes me, with Twitter. So there is a connector that will allow you to say, pull all the tweets that have this hashtag. And you guys I was wrong. Learning Tree is we're still not doing the We're still not doing the Azure labs in this course because we don't have time. And as I say, they're not really core Power Platform. But apparently, you guys have all got Azure passes that you can use. So that's cool. Jacob.
Yes, sir. Hey, for Office 365, is that the SharePoint environment?
That's exactly what Office 365 is. There is a set of connectors, and it's not obvious it's a set of connectors because it just links so seamlessly. But one of the things you can do with a Power App is work with SharePoint lists, basically. Of course, in SharePoint, everything's a list. So that's exactly what we're talking about in the Office 365 environment. But there's also, I think there's a connector that lets you grab files, lists of files off of SharePoint, off of OneDrive too. That isn't as amazing as it sounds. OneDrive is actually just SharePoint with a lot of the functionality removed. OneDrive is just a SharePoint account with a different user interface, SharePoint list with different user interface. But I believe there is a connector that also lets you go to OneDrive. So that would also be Microsoft 365. I think there's a connector that lets you interact with Exchange, but mostly in Office 365. It's SharePoint is what we're talking about. Now, by the way, you can create your own data connectors. And typically the reason you create your own data connector is because you have a web service and you want your Power App to connect to the web service. So what you do is you create a connector, and then you can now use that connector to call the API on your web. And the nice thing about that is once you've created this connector that calls the API on your web service, you can now use that connector in any other Power App that you create. So tables describe a kind of data, and if we are a realtor, we might say, okay, well, we are going to have a bunch of properties. Some of those properties have open houses scheduled. We have a bunch of clients who we are trying to find houses for. Some of the houses don't have open houses. They have showings where we have a particular client showing up at a particular time and place to see the house, as opposed to an open house where we say whoever shows up can see it. And for every property, we also keep a set of notes about that. We probably also want to have relationships between clients and showings, what clients are going to which showings. And we might want that. But you'll notice we have a situation here. Typically, a client is going to see, one client is going to see many properties. Typically, a property has many showings. So one property has many showings. So the relationship between clients and showings, we would say, is many to many. The relationship between the client and a property is one to many. One client sees many properties. And the relationship between properties and showing, we could say it's one to many, or you can say it's many to one. There is no difference between one to many and many to one, except from which side of the relationship you're looking at it. If we look at it from the showing side of it, we would say one to many. If we're looking at the property side, we'd say many to one. In any case, it makes no difference. One to many to one means the same thing. It just depends which side of the relationship you're looking at. Many to many, it also makes no difference, right? Because it's the same on both sides. But we cannot create the relationship. We cannot create a relationship between clients and properties directly. We have to go through some intermediary table. Like in this case, we have to go through properties. A client sees many properties. A property has many showings. So there's a many-to-many relationship between clients and showings. So that's how we handle that many-to-many relationship. Tables contain attributes, or the new official word is columns, that describe that hold the data that we're going to have. And our tables should do a good job of matching our data. That's why we say we model the world when we set up our data. So here are the kinds of relationships we have. Now, we have if we're putting on a conference, we have a room, and that room will have many sessions in it. We also have people who attend the sessions. So one person, a contact, will attend many sessions. One session is attended by many people. Now, you'll notice in this case, the relationship between sessions and contacts, remember, that's a many-to-many relationship, and that's one of the terms people use is end-to-end. One-to-N is one-to-many. N-to-one is many-to-one. Exactly the same thing. But this is a many-to-many relationship. We don't have a table that joins sessions to contacts, unlike our previous example where properties handle the relationship between showings and clients, that a client sees goes to many showings, a showing is attended by many clients, could be attended by many clients. Because there's no table that exists here, if you set up a many-to-many relationship, the Dataverse actually creates what's called a hidden intersect table. Some people refer to these as union tables. It's the same thing. And it handles that relate. Now, a lot of time you don't have to do this, right? A customer buys many products, but we don't have to set up a special table for that because that's why we have sales orders. Customer has many sales orders. The sales order has many products. So we have a many-to-many relationship between customers and customers and products, and that's handled by our sales orders. But in this case, we don't have a table so the Dataverse will create a hidden table for us. Now, the nice thing about this hidden table, is we never see it. We are never aware of it. We never touch it. You're not allowed to edit it or do something. If you say sessions and contacts have a many-to-many relationship, it'll go, okay, fine. It'll create that table, and you will never be aware of it. It's mechanical. It's an implementation detail. But do recognize in real life, we often do create those tables. And the reason we create those tables explicitly ourselves is because there's data we have to store on them. And so we have to create those tables ourselves so we can store that data. Let me go back to my example of customers buy many products. A product is bought by many customers. We put the sales order table in the middle. Why? Well, there's stuff we have to record. When the user bought this product, when did they buy it? Because they might buy it in May, they might buy it in July, they might buy it again next year. We have to record how many they bought. This time they bought 4 of this product. Next time they bought 12 of this product. Next time they bought 1 of this product. So we have to create the sales order. We create that sales order because there's information we want to store about the relationship. But as I say, if there is no data you need to store, if you just want to create the many-to-many relationship, tell the Dataverse that you need a many-to-many relationship, and the Dataverse will create it for you. And it creates a hidden table that you can't touch. Now, we have to talk about business rules. And let me just see if there's stuff that's happening here. Oh, good point. Frank reminded me of something. Okay. And I'll come back to that. So let us say that I have got a customer. And the customer has a sales order. And this is a one-to-many relationship, one-to-N relationship. One customer has many sales orders. A sales order has exactly one customer. So from the customer's point of view, it's one-to-many. From the sales order point of view, it's many-to-one. Makes no difference. What happens if I delete sales order? And the short answer is nothing. Right? I delete the sales order is fine. The customer survives the relationship. However, what if I delete the customer? Well, now things get interesting here. If I delete a customer, should I delete all of those customers' sales orders? All the customers, and that matches some business rule. If the customer no longer exists, we are uninterested in that customer's sales orders. So if we delete the customer, we delete the sales order. Alternatively, we may say, oh no, if the customer has any sales orders, you're not allowed to delete the sales orders, right? Just because the customer's gone doesn't mean that we aren't going to complete the sales order and bill the customer for that purchase, right? So no. If you delete the customer, you can't delete the sales orders. If you want to delete a customer, you've got to go in and look at every one of the sales orders for those customers and make sure that we are in fact going to delete it, because we may want to follow up on that sales order and get money out of the customer for that outstanding sales order. So maybe we're not allowed to delete customers if they have any sales orders. The third option is we delete the customer, but we don't delete the sales order. All we do is we just say, oh, this sales order is not connected to any customer anymore. So we keep the sales order, it's just not connected to any customer. You go, well, who are we going to bill? Well, yeah, okay, this sales order is not connected to a customer. We can't bill anybody for it, or we don't know who to bill for it. But we do a lot of analysis on our sales orders to project future sales, to project inventory. So we don't want to, just because the customer is going to go away, we want to keep the sales order so that we can do that analysis. So those are your 4 options. The first one is when you delete, nothing happens. If I delete the sales order, nothing happens, well, except the sales order is deleted. The second one is when I delete the customer, I delete the sales order. Third one is I'm not allowed to delete a customer if there's any sales orders associated with that customer. And the fourth option is I can delete the customer, but I just break the link. I just disassociate the sales order from the customer. And in fact, that might be a useful feature. There might be any number of times where I want to be able to disassociate a sales order from a customer. Perhaps as the first step in associating that sales order with a different customer. So hang on to this idea of disassociation, that you may want to break the link, and you may want to break the link and then recreate the link with a different customer. All right, back we go. So in this relationship, one-to-many relationship, the terminology that the Dataverse uses, the one side is referred to as the parent, and the many side is referred to as the child or children. Child or children, your choice. So, the way the Dataverse describes these relationships is parental. If you delete the parent, then all the children are deleted. If you're not a customer, we don't care about your sales orders. The other option is referential. The next option, I guess to say, is referential. And that is if you delete the customer, we just break the relationship. We're going to keep the sales order, we just don't know who it belongs to anymore. We disassociate the sales order from we have no choice. The customer doesn't exist. We couldn't associate them if we wanted to. Then we have referential restrict. Referential restrict is, I'm sorry, if there's any sales orders for this customer, you're not deleting this customer. Not happening. You have to go and look at all the sales orders and decide what you're going to do with the sales order. Maybe you'll sign the sales order to another customer. Maybe you'll delete the sales order, but you got to do something with every individual sales order before you can delete the customer. So that's referential restrict. And if you want, if those don't meet your needs, and I suspect they will, there's a fourth option. You can go in and tweak what you want to have happen when the customer is deleted. Notice the one thing they don't give you any control over is what happens if you delete the sales order. If you delete a child, nobody cares, right? Sales order's gone, history. All of these rules exclusively are there to control what happens when you delete a parent. And your choices are delete the parent, delete all the children, delete the parent, disassociate the child, refuse to delete the parent as long as there are any children. And those are the three basics. And if you're not happy with that, as I say, there's a configuration option, but I do not have to. All right. All right. Now, when you create a table, by default, the table is owned by you, and you can add records to it, you can change the table, do whatever you want. You can also specify that a table is owned by a team. So the default is it's owned by you, but you can also specify the table is owned by a team, and if you're working with a group of people to build out your application, that makes sense. So notice the assumption here is that my assumption is if you're picking this one, it's developer-oriented. And you say, oh, well, this table is going to be updated by lots of users in our application, in our organization. In that case, I think you want to mark the table as organization-owned. So that, and then the organization can set the rules on who is allowed to update this table and who isn't allowed. Typically what they'll do is they'll set up security groups and they'll assign permissions to this table to a particular security group. Everybody who belongs to the security group is allowed to update this table. People who aren't allowed belong to this security group aren't, or maybe they belong to another security group that allows them to read the table but not do updates. Now, that's ownership. Right? So I think you have user-oriented. I wish they didn't say two types of tables here, because I think we're talking about very different things here. First, we're talking about ownership. Ownership is it's you and your development team, or it's owned by the organization. The organization controls who's allowed to get to it. Now, one of the things I'm sort of implying here is you actually need two versions of every table. You need one version of the table that your development team, which may be just you, is working with, and we call that your test or dev table. And then we have another table that everybody in the organization gets to work with, provided they've been given permission, and that is your prod table. You're going to hear me return to this difference between dev and prod all the time, today and tomorrow. So I think for every table you actually need two copies. And one of the reasons you need this copy is it's not unusual while you're doing development and you've rolled out this application and, everything's going just fine. And then you realize, oh, you know what, I need to add another column to this table and I need to rewrite my application to use this other column that I've just added to my table. You don't want to do that while people are trying to use the application, right? Now you're like a heart surgeon. Right? The equivalent of a mechanic who's trying to change the engine on a car while the car is driving down the road. I mean, that's what a heart surgeon does, right? Replaces the engine while it's in use. So generally speaking, you want to have a test development so you can finish up all of your changes. And then once you've got all of your changes, then you move the whole thing, including the new column, to your production environment where it's used by the people managed at the organization level. So that's all ownership. I think that's one thing. Now, the Dataverse distinguishes between two kinds of tables. Independent of the ownership thing, they distinguish between activity tables and ordinary tables. Ordinary tables are what you think of when you think of a table. Customer, sales order, product, all those things. Activity tables are interesting because they are time-based. Whenever, and this isn't obvious when you read the documentation, but whenever they talk about an activity table, it's always a table where the date matters. So you'll notice the examples they use here. Appointments, emails, tasks. Tasks, it may be when it's assigned, it may be when the task is due to be completed. With emails, it's when the email arrived. So it's a hazy distinction. I could see treating emails as an ordinary table. Here's a list of all the emails you get. However, if you specify that the chime, I just got a chime in button in my ear. And a really loud, screechy one too. I could see setting up emails just as an ordinary table. But if the date matters to you, well, then I think you want to set it up as an activity table, and that's one of the options you'll see in the Dataverse table. Unfortunately, we don't use activity tables in the case study, so that's sort of too bad. In addition to which, another distinction they make in the Dataverse are the standard tables. Those are the ones that come with the Dataverse. There's a whole bunch of tables defined in the Dataverse, basically all the tables they needed to build Dynamics 365. And some of them are worth using. And back here, for instance, you'll notice we had a table called contacts. That's one of the tables that's already set up in the data, already defined. It doesn't exist, but the definition of the contacts table is already there, a contacts table. And it's a great table design for keeping track of users and people. A lot of people just use the contacts table as their users list. And we're going to use, in the case study, we're going to use, in fact, one of the existing predefined tables. And then we're going to create a whole bunch of tables, but we're going to use one of the existing tables, one of the predefined tables. Complex tables, those are tables that have a server-side component to them. And basically they are tables that have business rules. I'm trying to figure out why I'm getting these notification sounds in my ear, and I'm not seeing anything on my screen. And I'm worried that I'm missing something. They have business rules, and the reason that's interesting is business rules are processed on the server. Now, the reason you care about that is that a lot of stuff that happens in your Canvas-driven applications, in your model-based applications, a lot of that stuff is handled through JavaScript running in the browser. The business rules, however, and for instance, when we create a plugin, those are not handled through JavaScript on the browser. In the browser, those are handled by code running on the server. And as a result, they won't be invoked until the user saves their data. And that's why you have to be aware of these tables that are marked as complex tables, is that the user can do stuff that's wrong, and they won't get any error messages or problems until they click the save button. And at that point, the data is squirted back to the server, and at that point, the server-side stuff kicks in, and all of a sudden you get a message back that can't do that, folks. So there are restricted tables. These are tables that are already set up to only be used by, for instance, certain people like administrators. We are going to spend a lot of time with custom tables. Custom tables are any table you define, you create. If you don't use one of the standard ones, custom table, any table you create is referred to as a custom table. So that's what we're going to be. We're going to use one standard table and a whole bunch of custom tables. So let's talk about activity tables. And they never give you the definition, really. They just keep giving you examples. So appointments, reoccurring appointments, email, fax. You go, fax? Well, if you're tracking the calls. If you have a table that if anybody still has fax machines, if you're tracking when the call was made, and typically, by the way, that's how we keep track of faxes, by what phone number they went to, and when we sent it, because we often send faxes to the same phone numbers over and over again, so typically we keep track of them by the phone number and the date. Deliveries, which they call letters, phone calls, reoccurring appointments, tasks. So seriously consider if date is an important part maybe of the data, you might want to send it up as an activity table. One of the reasons you do that, by the way, is that if you set something up as an activity table, you get free for nothing. You get a calendar view of that table. So it's displaying it in a month view, week view, day view is considerably easier if you specify that this is an activity table. Yo, Stephen,
Yeah, I was
what's up?
just curious. I mean, is that kind of the only reason why they made the distinction? I mean, is there some kind of architectural difference in the table on the back end or something? Or?
Not that I'm really aware of. I think it's mostly user interface stuff. Now, there is some functionality in that duration. It'll calculate durations for you automatically. So, for instance, if you have an appointment and you have a start date and an end date time, it'll automatically calculate duration for you. Reoccurring appointments. If you say, okay, it'll give you the ability to say, well, I want this to happen on the second Monday of every month from now
So
for the
it's
next 8 months.
Giving you a little extra time-related functionality, basically.
Yeah, but it's all just code. I mean, fundamentally, it's just a table, right? So, yeah. So from an architectural point of view, no, but there's some more code thrown at it that makes life easier for you. And user interface, you get the calendar view. I mean, there's nothing wrong with a calendar view. Very fond of calendar views. So let's talk about the columns that you can set up. So there is the text column. Oh, there it is, text area. And again, it's multiple lines. I'm pretty sure you get a scroll bar. I think that's wrong where it says get scroll bar. But the text area is more than 4,000 characters. Multi-line text is less than 4,000 characters. That's the real distinction between them. Now, if you're familiar with HTML5, you know that when you create a text box on the screen, you can go input type equals, and in the bad old days, we could put in text to get the straight text box. We could put in checkbox to get a checkbox. But with HTML5, we can put in email. We can put in URL. And what's my other choice? Oh, we can put in ticker. And if we do that, if we use these new HTML5 types, oh, and phone, I forgot about that. The browser, an HTML5 compliant browser, and they're all HTML5 compliant these days. When it sees these new, I guess I shouldn't say it's new, it's been 5 or 6 years now, but when it sees these new options, the browser is supposed to, and hopefully it's been implemented correctly, I can't promise anything, but the browser is supposed to make sure that whatever the user enters looks right. So if you put input type equals phone and you type in the word Fred, it's supposed to go, no, that's not a valid phone number. If you mark it as email, it will say, okay, I'm expecting there to be an @ sign in the middle, and I'm expecting it to end with one of the top-level domains, like .biz, .gov, .com, whatever. It won't make sure that it's a real email. It'll just make sure it looks, or it's a real phone number, just make sure it looks like a valid one. If you put in URL, it's supposed to make sure that it's clickable. If you put in a ticker, indicate that it's ticker. Again, it will be clickable and will take you to the information for that stock ticker price. So if you were to type in, for example, just to pick something completely at random, Ultra, you would get the current stock information for Learning Tree International. Duration, if you specify its duration, you will get a drop-down list that gives you things like 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 30, 1 day, and so on. So I'll give you a list of valid durations. Multi-select choices gives you a drop-down list with choices on it, but allows the user to select more than one item in the list. Now, the user has to know how to do that, right? They have to know to hold down the control key and click, and there's nothing visually on the screen that tells them, by the way, you can pick multiple choices on this, so I question the value of this option. But if you do pick multi-select choices, the column, then the user will be able to hold down their control key and click on multiple items, and they'll all be selected. Yes, no choice is the Boolean. As I say, that's the toggle that goes back and forth. I have no idea when they say single select choice. I have no idea what that is. I think whoever made up this slide just lost their mind. Currency. When you set up your site, you can configure currencies. If you've configured multiple currencies on your site, then you can mark a column as currency, and the user will get a drop-down list of what currency they want to select. If you've configured your site to support, support multiple languages, then if you mark a column as language, the user will get a drop-down list of all of the languages you configured. And whatever one they pick will be stored in your table. So you will find what language the user has chosen. You will find what currency the user has chosen. Time zone, I think, works regardless of what you configure or don't configure. The difference between floating point number and whole number is you can store literally astronomically large numbers, like the distance from here to Alpha Centauri in centimeters. Whole numbers and decimal numbers are limited to smaller amounts. The difference between a floating point number and a decimal number is a decimal number is accurate to 10 positions. The floating point number is accurate to only 5 positions. So the floating point number is less accurate. That's how it can hold these really huge numbers, is because it just throws away some of the data at the far end. So it's only accurate to 5 decimal points. At best, by the way, it can be less. Whole numbers have no decimal components, so that doesn't matter. And then image, if you intend to store a picture, email for email addresses, phone for phones, and there we go. Those are your options. Now, let's go back to my favorite example. Customer and sales order. Let us say that when I display the customer, so this is customer A123, Peter Vogel, that's me, Peter Vogel, I want to show you how much that customer has bought. So what I want to do is I want to total up all the sales orders that this customer has purchased and give you the total value of all of those sales orders. I can do that. That's called a roll-up column. I can also, on the sales order, I might want to, what is the, on the sales order, the user is buying, my sales are really simple. You're only allowed to buy one product. So if we go to look at the sales order, you're buying product widget, and you bought 5 widgets at $15 a piece. Now, I think it's pretty obvious that in this situation, I'm going to want to put in what is the total value there. So that's 5 times 10, 50 times 25, $75. So the total value of this is $75. This is a calculated field. So when I take the values on the record and generate a value, we call that a calculated field. When, on the other hand, I go and retrieve a whole bunch of records, that's called a roll-up. I said field, didn't I? Column. So if I take other values on the same record and generate a value, that's called a calculated column. If, on the other hand, I go and I process a whole bunch of records to get the value, that's called a roll-up column. And they're treated very differently, very differently. By the way, with the calculated column, I can include in my calculated column, if I want to, I can include data from the parent of that column. So for a sales order, I could, in fact, use value from the customer. I can't go the other way. If I had a calculated value on the customer, I cannot use data from my many sales order children, right? Because which sales order do you want to grab the value from, right? If you're processing multiple children, it's a roll-up. If you're doing calculations on this record and your single parent, then it's a calculated value. And as I say, they're handled very, very differently. So calculated values are, you can do that, you can create a calculated value for a single line of text. Going, what would that be? Calculated value text. Well, you might take the first name, last name, and put them together to create the full name. Right? That would be a calculated value using text. Whole numbers, decimals, currency, date, time. Okay, folks. What would be the calculated value for a date time? Well, you might, given 2-3 dates, you might want to pick one of them. You might want to pick the earliest date or the latest date. So you might want to do a min or a max on the date. Choices can be calculated values. And again, what would the calculated value be for a choice? One of the things you might want to do with a calculated value is use that to control how you do another calculation. So if the user from the choice list picks 5% discount, you've got a drop-down list of discounts, you might use that choice as part of the calculation for your discount. Or alternatively, you might want to set the choice based on the user's other settings. So you might, this application might be valid or invalid, so you might look at other settings the user has made and then pick the invalid or valid choice. Can't do that with multi-select, though. Multi-selects really sort of screw everything up. Your users can't tell it's a multi-select checkbox. They probably don't know how to use it anyway, and you just lose functionality. Stay away from multi-select checkboxes. Roll-ups are a little bit more limited. You can use roll-ups to calculate a whole number. You might calculate a sum. You might calculate an average or a standard deviation, decimal, currency, and again, date time. People go, why date time? Well, you might want to pick what's the earliest sales order, what's the latest sales order, so you might do min or max kinds of things. So there's some differences here already. Basically, you can't do roll-ups on choices or with text. That doesn't, you said they're really different. That doesn't seem all that different to me. Well, here's how they're stored. Let me just skip ahead and I'll come back to dates. I want to finish talking about calculated roll-up. Calculated values are calculated when you retrieve the record. Now, normally that's fine, right? So the user enters the quantity purchased and the price, and it calculates the value, $75, and it's actually calculated when you save the data too. But let's say you have some process that runs in the background, and it changes the quantity ordered or changes the price. The calculated value will not be changed. Calculated value will not be changed until somebody retrieves it and looks at it. So when someone retrieves and looks at it, it'll go, oh, okay, well, I better use the current value of quantity and current value of price to get the result. Calculated values are read-only, and that makes sense. If you change the total value, how would you figure out, change price or quantity to do that? Calculated value, as I say, columns in the same record and your value from your single parent. You can, if you've got a roll-up column on the record, you can use that as part of the calculation. That's going to become important when we talk about this retrieve example. And however, none of the OOB is out of box. None of the predefined tables have any calculated columns in them. And you're going, I can imagine a very common table that I would want a calculated column on. Yeah, you'll have to add that yourself. One of the nice things about those predefined tables that are set up in the Dataverse already is you can add your own columns to them. And typically one of the first things people do is go, well, I want this calculated column on there. So that's calculated columns. Now this is where the differences come in. Roll-up are calculated on a schedule. You can change it if you want. But if you've got a roll-up field marked, it's only updated about once an hour. So if, for example, somebody here went and added a new sales order to this customer, and I'm rolling up all the sales orders into the customer record, the customer record won't be updated for, well, on average about half an hour, but potentially up to an hour. So every hour, the Dataverse swings through looking for roll-ups that potentially have had a change to them, and goes through all the related records and totals them all up for you and updates the value. Notice it's not updated on retrieval. It's updated on schedule. You can change the schedule if you want, and you can go into and trigger that the roll-up is to be recalculated. I think you're sort of missing the point. But if you start doing that, because the idea behind it's automatic, it's taken care of. But so what it means is a user could add a new sales order, go to that customer and say, I don't see that change reflected in the customer, and call you up and you say, wait a bit, come back in 61 minutes and I'll guarantee you'll be there. Again, it's a read-only column. It only happens in one-to-many relationships, so I can put the roll-up on the customer, and because it's in a one-to-many relationship with the sales orders, and total up all the sales orders. I can't go the other way. I can't do a roll-up column from the sales order to the customer. That'd be dumb anyway, because you only have one parent. So it's columns on child records. You actually have two choices when you set up a roll-up column. You can set up a roll-up column to go to all the sales orders, every sales order everywhere, even the sales orders that are for other customers. Or, and I suspect this is the more typical case, you can say, no, I want these sales, I only want to total up the sales orders for the related records, for the child records for this customer. But it's not hard to imagine, you might say, for instance, this customer has purchased $50,000, that's the roll-up of all of the related, but if we add up all the sales orders come to $250,000. In which case, this customer is really important to you. That customer is 50% of your business. So when you create a roll-up, you can roll up all of the child records, regardless of who the parent is, or you can, and it's a more typical case, you can say you can only roll up those particular, the children of that particular parent. You can roll up calculated columns. I'd want to do that. The total value of my sales order is based on the calculated value of price times quantity. So price times quantity gives you what we call the extended price. So I'd want to roll up, that's what I'd want to roll up is extended price. Now how do you distinguish between rolling up all the records and rolling up just the child records? The terminology they use is when you see the word hierarchy, that means you're only going to roll up the child records for any particular parent. That's probably what you want, right? So if you, and I believe it's the option that's checked off automatically. So if you take the defaults and leave hierarchy checked off, then the roll-up is only for the children of that particular parent. If you uncheck it, it's going to be all of the sales orders. And you can put filters on them. You may not want to do all the sales orders. You may only want the sales orders for the last year. You may only want the completed sales orders. You may only want the active sales orders. So you can do some filtering there if you want. There are some limits here. you're only allowed 100 roll-ups. There's no limits on the calculated stuff that I'm aware of, but you're only allowed 100 roll-ups in your whole organization. And that I could see being a limit. You are allowed a maximum of 10 roll-ups on any particular table. I suspect that's not a problem. I'd be very surprised to find a table where you wanted to roll up more than 10 values from the children, from the various children it belongs to. I suppose if you had 10 different kinds of children, I guess I could see you rolling up a different value from each of those 10 different kinds of children. But again, it'd be pretty unusual. It's the 100 roll-ups for your organization as a whole that is going to be a problem if any of them are. So, now, notice, by the way, these are done by default once an hour. You can do a calculation based on a roll-up field. But notice the roll-up field may not have been rolled up, so the calculation is inaccurate. And the calculation is done on the retrieval of the record. So the user might retrieve the record, the calculation is done, and the calculation includes a roll-up value, but the roll-up hasn't been updated yet. So you have to warn your users that for anything they look at on the screen that is either a roll-up value or based on a roll-up value, that they need to be aware that it might be inaccurate right now, it's roughly close, and it'll be accurate in an hour from now. All right. Data behavior with dates. If you store a date, it's always stored in universal time. What time is it in Greenwich, in England? And then it's automatically converted to the user's local time for display. So if you see something happened at 3 o'clock, if you're in Los Angeles and you see something happened at 3 o'clock, and you notice that it happened in Virginia, then that means it happened in Virginia at 6 o'clock Virginia time. And it's showing up as 3 o'clock your time because it's been adjusted for your local. If you store dates, the date is always stored at 12 a.m. That's first thing in the morning. And you have the option of, when you set up a field, of it only being date only. And often that's what you want. Often you don't care what time it happened. You just care what date it happened on. If this is concerning you, that you feel users may be confused by the fact that the time is not the time it actually happened, you can say time zone independent. If you mark something as time zone independent, it's stored at the local time. So what that means is that if something happens in Virginia and it's stored at 3 o'clock, and you look at it in LA, it'll say 3 o'clock. It won't say 6 o'clock. Sorry, if something happens in Virginia at 6 o'clock, and you look at it in LA, it's going to say 6 o'clock. That's time zone independent. It means, oh, okay, I'm storing it at the time it actually happened, rather than attempting to convert it into your time. Now let me point out something about date only. Let's say I have 3 days. That's all I need. I have 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I'm going to throw in Thursday just for completeness sake. So something happens and I go date only, and something happens on Monday, then it is stored as Monday. I mean, it's got the real date, but it's stored as Monday at 12 a.m. That's first thing in the morning. Something happens on Tuesday, it's stored doesn't matter when it happens, it's stored Tuesday at 12 a.m. Wednesday, 12 a.m. Thursday. So now I say, show me all the stuff that happened between Monday and Wednesday. Do be aware, because I've picked date only, I'm going to get all the stuff that happened Monday and Tuesday. I'm not going to get anything that happened on Wednesday. So why is that? Well, because I'm saying from Monday at 12 a.m., that's great, to Wednesday at 12 a.m., first thing in the morning. So that's not going to include, because I've said it's date only, and date only means it's always 12 a.m. If I ask for everything that happened between Monday and Wednesday, I'm not going to get anything on Wednesday, because everything that happened in Wednesday happened after 12 a.m. And in date only, when I say Wednesday, I mean Wednesday at 12 a.m. If I wanted to get all the stuff that happened in that period, I would have to go give me all the stuff that happened between Monday at 12 a.m. and Thursday at 12 a.m. because this is Thursday. I don't want it, so it's 12 a.m. So I'm doing it in green. And that would give me all the stuff that happened on Wednesday. So do be aware that if you pick date only, anything that happens at any time during the day is might not necessarily be in your date range. I have to come back and look at that. All right. So there, as I say, roll up maximum 100 for each organization, 10 for each table. I suspect that's not a problem. It's not out of the question to imagine that being a problem. Here's that primary name column that I talked about. When you create a and I just got a note from Frank at Client 1, and they're just fixing everything up. So probably by the time we come back from lunch, we'll be able to get our hands on the labs. The primary name column is your column for assigning a unique identifier and putting in something in there that you will recognize and will make sense to you and is meaningful to your organization. There is also another primary column that is used internally by the Dataverse. I mean, you can use it too if you want, but the Dataverse assigns the value to that. You have no control. You can also set up searchable columns. When you create a table, you can specify that a column is searchable. And basically what that means is it puts an index on that column that makes it very, very fast to search that column. So if you think if you've got a lot of rows in your table, and a lot is probably anything over 50 or 100 rows, and you think users are frequently going to be looking for rows based on the value in that column, you probably want to put an index on that column to make the searches go faster. Indexes dramatically reduce the time. If you have 128 items in your table, and if you don't put a key on it, searching that table, on average, it has to look at half of the items in the table. Sometimes the very first item in the table is the one it wants. Sometimes the very last item in the table is the one it wants. So on average, you're going to have to look at 64 items to find the one you want. And it's actually having to look at the whole table every time because, there might be remember, the column might have duplicate values. So it's really having to look at the whole table in case, the very last record has another occurrence of what you're looking for. But on average, to find the one you want is 64 searches. If you put an index on the table, it will always look 7 times. So between having to look at 64 rows and looking at 7, now 8 at the worst, and it's always the same number. Furthermore, if you go up to 256 rows, then you're going to have to look. If you don't mark it a searchable table, it's going to have to look on average at 128 rows to find the one you want. That assumes that there aren't duplicates, in which case you have to look at all of them. On the other hand, if you've put an index on it, the number of searches goes from 7 to 8 when you double the size of the table. So the other nice thing, not only does it find stuff faster, as your table gets larger, the searches don't increase proportionally. The length of the search is doesn't increase nearly as fast as the table does. You can also mark a column. We aren't done with data types yet, because you can also mark a column as an auto number column. Now, if you mark a table as an auto number column, then whenever you add a new row, the Dataverse will automatically put a value in that column. And by default, it will just count up from 0. So the first row will have 0 put in that column, 2, 3, 4, whatever. You can specify a seed value. Because, right, if you're starting up your consulting business, do you really want anybody to know that this is your very first invoice? That this is invoice number 0? You probably don't. You want to suggest you've been in business for a while. So you'd probably set the seed to something like 5,231, and that way the first number that goes in will be 5231, 5232, and it looks like, hey, you're not my very first client. You can also, if you wish, create these expressions that specify how the number is to be formatted. The number that's generated, you refer to that as sequence number, S-E-Q-N-U-M. And then you specify how big that number will get. So this example is saying, and you have to put curly braces around it, seek num. So whatever number you generated, but I only want the last 3 digits. So that means it's going to count from 000 up to 999, and then it's going to go back and do it again, 000 up to 9, and then go back and do it again. Then you can also use rand string. I think there's also a rand number, but don't quote me on that. Rand string just generates a random string of characters. And again, you can specify how many you want. So this is going to specify, this is specified, I want 6 characters out of that random string. And then you can do whatever the heck you want after that. So this example, my generator what I want generated is CAR hyphen, then the last 3 digits from the sequence number, a hyphen, then 6 characters of the random string. And they're counting on the random string to ensure that when it rolls over at 999, when it rolls over, it doesn't duplicate. You can also, and do we have an example here? Yes. You can also use date time. So you can insert, and often that makes a lot of sense in terms of keeping track of things. You don't want to make it an activity table, but you do want the date and time included. So you can specify date and time, and then you can specify how the date and time is to be formatted into the string. And this one has said, I want a 4-digit year, followed by a 2-digit month number, followed by a 2-digit day, 2-digit hours, 2-digit minutes, 2-digit seconds. That's a lot of date. Trying to think of anything where I care what second it happened in. And you can put in milliseconds too, I think, if you want to. I think that'd be weird. This is more useful. This is saying I want hours, minutes, seconds. So there's 11:09:01. So that happened at 1 second after 9 minutes after 11 o'clock, Greenwich Meridian time. Notice the date times. I don't know if you can read it. It says date time UTC. So you can build quite complicated, unique identifiers and incorporate stuff into them that hopefully will make sense to you, be useful to you. You can, in addition to your searchable keys, and the reason the searchable keys, in addition to your searchable fields, which really should be searchable columns, shouldn't it? I better fix that. It really should be searchable columns rather than searchable fields. You can also specify alternate keys. Now, the difference between a searchable column and an alternate key is a searchable column shows up in the user's interface. Remember, I was stressing allows the user to search for items. So searchable columns appear in the user interface, and the user can pick values. Very much like Excel lets you pull rows out of an Excel spreadsheet. But you may be writing code that is retrieving records. We're going to look at that when we talk about Canvas apps. You may be writing code that retrieves records. And again, alternate keys allow you to find things quickly. Alternate keys also allow you to say, I'm not going to allow duplicate values in here. I talked about when you set up your primary name, that's the identifier column that makes sense to you. You may want to make sure that nobody ever puts a duplicate value. You don't have two rows with the same value in there. And the way you would do that would be by putting an alternate key. Don't make it searchable. That won't eliminate duplicates. But put an alternate key on it, and then you can limit it. And one of the things you can do when you specify an alternate key is that no duplicates are allowed. There is a limit of 5 per table, though, so that's sort of too bad. But it does speed up retrieves. And since normally when we're updating or deleting, I mean, this also speeds up deletes. Normally when we're updating, deleting, we say, find me this record and change it, find me this record and delete it. Because this speeds up finding things. It speeds up updates and deletes. So let's talk about choices. How are we fixed for time? I think I can do this in 5 minutes. Choices interface, as I say, is a drop-down list for choices, where you have multiple choices. Now, what's actually happening under the hood, and when we do our, when we start working with the table, you'll actually see this in action. You pick a perfectly reasonable choice, like active and inactive. What happens is the Dataverse assigns this some bizarre number. It's the bizarre number that's actually being stored in your database. Now, the user interface will translate from the bizarre number into the human readable version, okay? And when you pick something from the list, it'll put the right bizarre number in. But you're actually creating what's called a key value pair. The name you assign to it is called the label. And then the integer is what actually goes in your database. And by the way, when we work on our, and you'll see this when we create the table, you'll see, oh, look, I'm creating this label, and look, there's this, boy, that's a weird number. If you want, you can take control of those numbers, but I'm not clear why you would. When we go to create our Power Automate, in the Power Automate lab, we're going to have to actually go and find what the weird number is, because it's not easy in Power Automate to say, oh, I want to find something by label. You pretty much have to find them by the weird numbers, so you have to go and research that. When you create a choices, you can do it one of two ways. Now, the way we're going to do it is we're going to create a table, and we're going to say this column is a choices column, and I'm going to set up some choices for it. That's what we call a local choices. These are the choices for this column. However, there's a lot of choices that crop up again and again and again and again. And if you want, you can create a choice as a global choice. So, for example, if you're setting up a choice that's high, medium, and low, I bet you there's a half a dozen columns in several tables that could use high, medium, and low. So in that case, you can set it up as a global option list. And now when you go to create those tables, instead of having to put in the values, you can just say, use that, I'm saying option again, aren't I? Use that global choices list over there. It just saves you having to put in high, medium, low every time you want that. Just say use that global choices list over there. But we're going to work with local ones. I bet there's 100 global choices lists set up in the Dataverse already that you could use if you wanted to. Really, whenever you go to create a new table, the first thing you should do is check the list of existing tables and make sure there isn't one that's already set up for you that you can use. You can add new columns to any of the existing tables. You can't delete any of the existing columns. That's not strictly true. It's close enough. But you can always add new columns. So if you go, oh, well, we need to store this extra piece of information, fine, add new column. But it saves you having to create the table from scratch. And ditto with when you go to create an option list, you go, if you can imagine that someone needed this table before or someone needed this option list before, check to see if it's already set up and use it. All right. So that brings us to our exercise. We're currently stymied, but it's 11:59. So we'll take our break, and I've got some email addresses in here that hopefully we will be able to use when we come back. Oh, Jacob, you weren't set up because, as I say, the big problem is when people join the class late the previous week, we're not nimble enough to get you in. But you could, Jacob, you could be all right. Let's wait till after lunch. Let's wait till after lunch. All righty. So I'll see everybody in 60 minutes. Take care.
Hey, Peter, sir, can you hear me? Peter? Hey, sir. So
Hey, Jacob.
when I originally did this, it said that the account was not there. Now it's saying that the password is incorrect. So it appears that the account was created or something changed, but the password isn't correct. I don't know what password I'm supposed to put in. I mean,
Okay.
I put the one that you.
All right. So I'm right now. I'm hoping you just misremembered the password. It should PA $$ W0RD uppercase P.
Is that zero? RB? Yeah. Yeah. So I'm getting incorrect.
That's a 0. Yeah. Uppercase P $. Okay. All right. So thank you. Back to where is it? I lost it.
Should I reset the password?
Why don't you try that? Will it let you? I'll be surprised if it lets you, but try it. Let's see.
It just prompted me to send it to my email. So
Alrighty.
thankfully, you're recording these.
Yep. Mhm. I will be right
Yes.
Did you want to?
Hold on.
Ah,
Hey, I'm finally in. What
okay, so Jacob's in. All right,
do I redeem training key?
great. So,
Oh, sorry.
well,
Okay.
1 second. It's still. One second. All right. So I'm off to. I've sent some stuff off to the. All right. So they're now working on Vish, Dalio, and William. So we'll see. We'll get those taken care of. Navdeep, I just see you're typing, and Navdeep is in. Yes, rock on. But of course, that only works if it recognizes your email address. If it doesn't recognize your email address, nothing is going to work. So. 1 second, let me just get it. All right. All right. Well, in that case, we're going to put this off yet again and carry on. Now, as I say, we've got these labs, which eventually we will get into, and that we're going to do together. But the textbook is full of these exercises that you can do, and you can find them all, as I say, just by going there and doing searching on exercises. And for instance, in the exercises, one of the things they're going to do is let you enable attachments if you want to. One of the things you can do when you set up a table is flag the table as accepting attachments, and that means that users can upload files when they save a record to that table. We will have created multiple entities and use one-to-many relationships, but we won't in the exercise. For example, we won't have created a roll-up column Oops, that's not working. We want to create a roll-up column or a calculation column. So these are all, the exercise manual are good complements to what we're going to do in the labs. They extend the labs and we just don't have time to do everything we'd love to do in the 5 days we have available. But I'd also like to talk a little bit about one of the things that we won't do in the lab, but it's an important part of the Dataverse, and that is business rules. A business rule consists of 2 parts. Part 1 is a condition, and that controls when the rule is applied. Now, when you set up a condition, what you do is you specify the table, you specify where it's coming from, you specify which column you're looking at, you specify an operator, and you specify a value. So you can say when this value in this column is greater than 0 or less than 18, or where the column hire date is greater than is less than the birth date column, whatever the condition is. And then the business rule consists of 2 branches. There's a yes branch and a no branch. And you can specify what action to take when the condition is true. That's obviously what you put in the yes branch. And what action to take when the condition is false. And that's what you put in the no branch. Now, what can you do in a business rule? You can, in both Canvas apps and model-driven apps, you can set and clear column values. Notice that's data related, right? You can go to a column and you can shove a value in the column. If the user is if the age is greater than 18, mark the candidate as valid. Alternatively, you might go and say if the employee is terminated, then erase these columns. You can change a column from required to optional. One of the things you're going to see that we can do when we set up a column in a table that we can specify that the user has to fill in this column, that they cannot leave the user interface unless they provided a value for this column. And you can change a column from being required to optional or optional required. So depending, for instance, you might have a situation where a column is optional unless the applicant is under 18. And then the parental consent column all of a sudden becomes required. So you can set up a business rule to make that happen. And you can also validate error data, and you can show error messages. Now, validating data, it would be more accurate to say you can actually generate error messages. And notice that's all data related. We're talking about manipulating the table. And that will work in both model-driven apps and Canvas apps. In model-driven apps, now remember, model-driven apps are driven by the table, driven by the structure of your data. While Canvas-driven apps, you can put any darn thing you want on the table, on the screen. So in model-driven apps, because they are driven by the table, you can also manage the user interface. You can put a item on the screen that isn't currently visible. You can do the reverse. Something's on the screen, you can remove it from the screen. You can say, oh, this is now enabled. You can now type stuff into it, and reverse, you can disable it. And then this business recommendations, I have to admit, I do not understand. It's a Dynamics 365 thing. And none of my Power app work has ever involved Dynamics 365. So I am simply repeating the textbook when I talk about that, and the other documentation. So in a model-driven app, you can also use business rules to control what's appearing on the screen. When you set up a business rule, by default, the business rule is set to be table. So what that means is that it doesn't matter what app is accessing this table, working with the values in this column, this rule will kick in. You can also specify forms, which is sort of an unfortunate thing because what they mean by forms is model-driven apps. And this means that if someone is creating a Canvas-driven app, this business rule is going to be ignored. It's not going to kick in at all. And if you wish, within model-driven apps, you can say this rule applies only to this specific form. That turns out to be more common than at least I would expect. It turns out, for instance, if you're creating a form to add new customers, there's a lot of rules that are different between the form for adding a new customer and the form for updating an existing customer. And so as a result, I found myself creating rules that only apply to the add new customer form, which is sort of too bad because I want the rules to apply at the table level. That it doesn't matter who's accessing this, but can't always get what you want. Do recognize that these user interface things, show, hide, enable, disable columns, show, hide, and what you're really doing by showing, hiding, enable, and disabling columns, you're controlling the stuff that appears on the screen. And you can do that in a model-driven app. In a Canvas app, the relationship between columns and stuff that are on the screen, it's not as tightly bound, and as a result, the Dataverse can't find its way to the user interface control that is displaying the item. It means it's going to be your responsibility if you're writing a Canvas app. If you want this kind of user interface stuff to happen, it's going to be your responsibility to manage that yourself, which takes some of the fun out of business rules, doesn't it? So let's talk about creating a model-driven application. First off, first step, define the data the app will be based on. If you get the data design right, everything will be easy. 2, decide how users are going to interact with the application. What process, what screens are they going to go through? What's going to be sort of the standard scenarios. 3, what business process rules are you going to, what navigation are you going to put in? How do they move from screen to screen? What business rules can you define? And what automation? Because remember, you can set up Power Automate stuff that is triggered by people making changes to the Dataverse. And then, how do you want it to look on the screen? What visualization do you want to have? Remembering that if visualization is really important, you're going to be forced to create a Canvas application. In terms of the data components, you're going to be thinking in terms of tables, columns, relationships, choice and choices columns that you add. You see, this is already, we're seeing some repetition here, aren't we? What do you create when you create a model-driven application? Well, the first thing you create is the app. Then, inside the app, you add a site map. The site map is going to specify what screens a user can navigate to, and the Canvas-driven app will automatically generate a menu down the left-hand side, so the user can go to the screens that they are interested in. You also specify in the site map what the user will see in each of those places. Is this going to be a dashboard? Is this going to be a form for entering data? Or is it going to be just a display for people see data? So you can also specify what forms to use. And then what views to use. People go, form, view, how's that different? Well, one of the interesting things you can do with the Dataverse is when you specify a table, you can also associate with that table a form. And this is what will be used to display the data in the table to the user, one record at a time. So form comes up, it displays one customer, and that's great. You can have another form that will be used for creating a new customer. Another form that is used for updating a new customer. But a lot of what we do in the world is list-driven. A lot of times we present the user, here's a customer, here's all the sales orders for this customer. Here's all the customers in Regina, Saskatchewan, where I was born. Views allow you to define what a single row in the list will look like. And then that view is repeated over and over again for each customer you retrieve. So forms are display a single record, row, whatever you want to call it. And a view displays a single record row, but is intended to be included in a list. in a grid of some kind. And what you'll find, and you'll see this when we go to work with the Dataverse, assuming we ever all get in, when we go to work with the Dataverse, one of the things you'll see is that when we pick that table that's already set up in the Dataverse, there are a lot of forms and views already set up. And so when we go to add that table to our application so that we can use it, we can also pick, oh yes, I want that view and I want that form. And now they are added to our application. We can use them now to build our data-driven model. When we create our brand new tables, we're going to find that when we create a brand new table, the Dataverse automatically generates default forms and views for us. And again, we can use them when we create our model-driven application. So those are the things, oops, got ahead of myself. Those are the things that we are going to add to the sitemap, are those, and add these assets, I guess for want of a better word, that are part of the data. And it's the richness of the Dataverse that appeals to me. It's not just a table. It's the table and everything you need to work with it, like the business rules, like the forms, like the views. Then we're going to have to decide what logic we want to process. If we want to have something happen when the user clicks on a button, we can create an action. We're going to spend more time talking about actions in the next module when we talk about the Canvas apps. That's really where that's going to crop up. We've already talked about business rules. So now we've got these other three things. We've got business process flows, workflows, and flows. Flows are, we're not going to take advantage of it this week, but there is a desktop version of Power Automate. There is an app you can run on your desktop. I shouldn't say for Power Automate. There's a desktop app that you can run on your desktop for creating Power Apps. We're not going to do that. We're going to do everything in the cloud. It's all there. But if you are creating automations that are running on your desktop, they are referred to as flows. And this allows you to connect multiple applications. That you may say, okay, the user starts off doing something here, and then they click this button, and oh, look, here's this other application starting up, and now they can interact with it. Business process flows, I referred to them earlier, and I said, really, they're wizards. That we have a standard business process. It involves more than a single screen, and so we need to walk the user through one screen, then the second screen, then the third. Think of the buying stuff on Amazon.com, right? When you start that, you have to go through, it seems like 6 different pages before you finally get to the end. That's what business process flows do. You don't need, and again, we're going to create these with Power Automate. Workflows, on the other hand, are Power Automate flows that don't involve a user interface, that you kick off this Power Automate flow and it goes and makes other changes to your tables in your database. Perhaps it adds a task to someone's SharePoint task list. Perhaps it sends an email to notify people. There's an enormous number of things that you can have your Power Automate workflows do, and we'll talk about, we have a whole module on Power Automate. So the distinction between business process flows have forms and user interfaces and walk the user through the process. Workflows run underground. You don't see them. They have no user interface. They may have an initial user interface that pops up and allows you to enter, parameters or put in the initial data, but then after that it just runs asynchronously, independently of the user in the background. Part of the problem we've got here is that for the longest time, what was called Power Automate was called flows, and then they absorbed flows into the Power Platform and renamed it as Power Automate. So if you read something that's old enough and they're referring to flows, they're not making the distinction here. They're really just talking about what we would now call Power Automate. The Power team seems to love to change the names of things. I think they figure if they don't change the names of things, too many people will know what's going on. In terms of visualization, of course, we're making pretty clear, we talked about forms and views and other things. But there's also a perfectly good charting facility built into Power Automate that lets you to create quite a large number of, pie charts and line graphs and all that good, bar graphs and everything you want. If you need to go beyond simply displaying a chart, if you want to display something that the user can interact with, the user can drill down into the data, you may want to go with Microsoft Power BI, and you may want to build. It's always sort of too bad, I think, that they refer to Power BI as creating a report, because Power BI doesn't really create a report. Something you discover the first time you try to print it. Print a Power BI, something you created with Power BI. Power BI really creates applications. They're data analysis, data visualization. They're frequently oriented around a particular graph that you can manipulate and drill down into and do all that wonderful stuff. But really what you're doing in Power BI is you're creating an application rather than a report. And I realize the distinction between a Power BI application and a SQL Server Reporting Services report. There's probably a gray fuzzy in the area in there where people will go, well, I would be inclined to call this a data analysis program. And I'd say, well, I might just call it a really sophisticated Power App. And anyway, so I realized I may be making a distinction between a program and a report that isn't much help. But really, Power BI, what you're doing, and the licensing reflects that. To use Power BI, you have to have a license to use the output of Power BI. With a report, you don't need a license to read the report. So I think if you think of Power BI as creating applications, it's a better mental model. Well, you can embed Power BI into your Power App, but the user who's interacting with it is going to need a Power BI license to use it. You can also, by the way, just for completeness sake, you can also, in a Power BI visualization, you can embed a Power App. If you want to give the user the ability to actually, while they're looking at this Power BI visualization, to actually make changes to the data, you can embed a Power App into your Power BI application. You can combine multiple charts together in Power BI, Power Apps. You can combine multiple charts together to create a dashboard, if you wish. So I think at least a couple of times I've seen people go, oh, well, we're going to have to go to Power BI here. And I said, well, the charting here is not all that, there are a lot of chart support in Power Apps. I think that would meet all of our needs. And then when we look at the licensing costs, everyone goes, you're right, that will meet all of our needs. And we save some licensing. This course has the occasional motherhood slide in it, a slide that tells you nothing, but makes us feel so good to say it. You should determine what your business requirements are. You should get your data model right. Now, good news here is, in terms of getting your data model right, really what it comes down to is standard relational database design for transactional systems. What you're trying to do is create third normal form tables, and if you do that, probably everything will work out. You should determine what business logic we have. You determine what the output should be. And then this is the part that's new on this slide that I think is worth mentioning, and that is accelerators. I know I've sort of skimmed over talking about the templates that are available, but there are a lot of templates. In fact, there's so many templates that you can use as a starting point for creative applications that Microsoft has had to organize them into categories. And the categories are actually organized by industry. So there's a whole bunch of stuff in the health industry and a whole bunch of stuff in the manufacturing industry. And again, it's worthwhile if you're creating an application to say, if somebody have ever created one of these before, to take a look at the templates and see if there's something there that will give you a faster start. It won't be a complete solution, but it'll be a faster start. Anyway, here is what a sitemap looks like. And over here on the right, this will now say tables rather than entities. Any dashboards that you've created will be available over here. Any business process flows, any Power Automate flows you created will be available here. when we talk about, oh, I've created this table and it's got this form and this view associated with it, those are referred to as entity assets. And so any entity assets that when you added that table, now, of course, I imagine now it says table assets. Can't remember. Last time I hadn't checked. I don't remember checking to see if that had changed. I suspect it has changed to table assets, or I would remember that it still said entity. Anyway, so any forms that you selected when you created that, picked up that table or created the table, any views, any charts, and dashboards appear down here again because otherwise it wouldn't be confusing enough. So now you add those to your application. So here's the sitemap at the top, and we've added a dashboard, and we've added a business process flow, and then we've added views of donations, fundraisers, and and notice we've added all the donation forms, all the views for the donation. I suspect in real life we'd want to whittle that down to a smaller number. But we've also added all the charts that have been set up. So when we went and picked up the donation entity, apparently there were a whole bunch of charts associated with it, a whole bunch in it among the assets. There were a bunch of charts already associated. Either that or we've created a bunch of charts and added them as assets to our donation table. So that's what it looks like in design view, and you will get a chance to work with this. This is what it would look like when you're running it. So you'll notice over here, there's dashboards. There's dashboards. There's fundraisers. There's donations. So there's fundraisers and donations. You'll notice the thing that's currently, so the user can navigate, by the way, just to switch away from the dashboards to look at fundraiser information or look at donation information just by clicking over here. You can see the dashboard is currently selected, and these are the charts. And one of the nice things about these charts is they come with some pre-built-in filters. So this is showing us only active fundraisers. Now, that concept of active and inactive, we're going to come back to that and talk about that a little bit. One of the things that the people who built the Dataverse recognized was that it's very, very common for data to go through a series of states. And they've built that into all of their tables, this concept that things, now you don't have to take advantage of it if you don't want to, but all of the tables have built into them this concept that they can be in one state or another state. And in fact, it's actually a two-level system, and the top level distinguishes between active and inactive. You get to decide what counts as active or inactive. So these are the sort of pre-built filters that are built in, and you can see, I assume these are color-coded. Someone just hasn't generated up. So storm relief, storm relief. Oh no, sorry, I lie. Pretend I didn't do that. So there is community, education, youth, and health are there. And then now we can come down here, and currently we're unfiltered, but we could pick these items down here and narrow down the dashboard. So this is what you get by dragging these items onto your sitemap. So how do you do that? You should work with all the stakeholders to consider security, accessibility, data, and design needs. Duh, of course you should. You should consider how securing your app's data affects your app and what security model reflects that. So what we're going to suggest in this course is you set up a development environment and you create a database that's associated with the development environment. And then you start building out your application. But then you also go and you create a production environment. And your production environment is associated with a database, a different database, the database that has the real data in it. and has different security permission roles set up for it. And in your development environment, what you do is you share your application with testers and with other people who are working on building the application with you. When you share something with somebody who's actually allowed to make changes to the application, you want to add them as a co-owner of the application, and then they're allowed to make changes to the application. Testers, you just want to share with them as users rather than co-owners, because they shouldn't be making changes to the application. Now, when the time comes and you publish your application, what you do is you publish it to the production environment. And when it goes to the production environment, it's going to pick up the database associated with that environment, and it's going to pick up the permissions and the roles and the users assigned to that environment. So now all of a sudden it's going to be controlled by role-based access and by some security group, and there are people in the security group. Some security group has permissions to run the apps in this production environment, and we've assigned some users to that group. Of course, you're going to have to identify any government regulations, especially around authentication and authorization. That will be handled through Azure Active Directory. It's not your application's responsibility to authenticate people. Certainly your application's responsibility to provide, to indicate that users do have to go through a login process, but users will in fact be logging into Azure Active Directory. Azure Active Directory will assign them the permissions, assign them to security groups, and so on. That's not your application's responsibility. And in fact, even when it comes to authorizing, for instance, access to the data, that's handled at the Dataverse level. The Dataverse level, you will say who's allowed to access these tables. And that's probably, again, the database that you're using from your development environment hopefully doesn't have real data in it. There's only a limited number of people who can access the environment, just the people you've shared the application with, the co-owners and the testers. And you've probably filled up that database with dummy data. When you go to the production environment, the security requirements on the database that's associated with the production environment, well, those will be considerably stricter because it's real data. And then you'll have to decide whether or not you want to support offline access. By the way, I recommend, no, you don't. Turns out to be a massive headache. So when we're working with an application in the Dataverse, every application, and let me show this to you, as long as we're here. I've sort of been doing a lot of hand waving. So I'm going to go to my calendar, and there's the lab for this week. And I'm going to launch this, and it'll kill about a second. All right. So right now, just as long as we're waiting for this to start up, and it does take forever, our outstanding... One second, what's this? Maybe I missed a message here. Our outstanding problems are William, Vish, Dalio, and Kyle, right? Just to make sure I've got this right. It's people who cannot yet get in. See, I'm blaming you already. It's your fault you can't get in. William, Kyle, Dalio. Dalio or Dalio? Am I even close on getting that name right?
Dalio. Yep.
Dalio. Rock on. John, R, Patrick, T.
I have no issues. I'm already in.
Yay! It does happen. All right.
Hi Peter, this is Vish. Can you make sure I'm added on the list as well, please?
Oh, I missed you entirely. I don't like you very much. That would be it.
Sure.
Thank you for bringing that up. I would have missed you entirely. Of course, that's the very reason I'm doing it on the screen. It's because I'm untrustworthy. I'm not going to bother with the last names. One second. That immediately got rid, of course, of all my lovely carriage returns. I can see us coming in and spending all tomorrow morning doing nothing but labs. All right, we may have a better solution. Give me a second to get my act together here. All right. So let's try this. This password, this URL, so if you have not gotten in, this URL, okay, so let me log out. So use the URL that's in the chat window. Use the URL that's in the chat window. Let me make sure I get the instructions right. Click on Sign In. Do not enter an email, username, or password. Do not enter any one of those things. Instead, we just click Reset Password. So enter nothing, just click Reset Password. Try putting in your email address and clicking Send Instructions, and let's see what happens. Yeah. They may have changed something to let that work. A man has dreams. Okay. I don't suppose there's any chance that you put in one email when you went to reset your password, and then you went and looked at a completely different email account.
No, it's the same one that I use when I log into the class.
I'm sorry, but you're being no help here at all. I want to see one of those detective shows where they go in and say, so, who killed this person? Somebody says, I did. And they go, okay, roll commercials. All right. Ooh. Oh, yes, but sadly, Rupinder, you are already off the list, so I'm glad, but we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people. So you can gloat. Well, you can say so. If anybody on the list that I have on the screen, if anybody on the list can get in, okay. Hey, all right, now Navdeep, you are now officially my friend. There we go. No problem. Am I close on pronouncing your name correctly? Thank you. Yeah. All right. So we're down to 7 people now. I got to tell you, the very first exercise we're going to do is to set up your Power Apps environment. And I have to tell you, I don't have to tell you, but I'm going to tell you anyway. Invariably, it doesn't work for everybody. Invariably, there is about 10 to 20% of the people in the class that it fails to set up correctly. It doesn't matter what you do. You do everything right, it fails to set up correctly. And the solution is do it again. But first you have to exit your lab, discard it, and start over again. And I've never had it fail twice in a row, but it never works the first time for everybody in the group in the class. So we're going to have some more pain and suffering when we go to do that.
Hey, yeah,
Steven.
since I'm having trouble getting in, like, can I just do the labs on my own PowerApps environment instead of, I mean, is there any benefit to not doing that?
To a certain extent, you can do them on your own computer. Now, there are some files that we're going to need for a couple of the labs, but we don't need them for the initial labs. But we will get to a point where there are these files on the classroom computers that we are going to need. You also need and I'm going to mention something here also around the Azure Pass. You also need a Power Apps environment where you're allowed to do all the things we're going to do. So, for instance, you have to have a Power Apps environment where you're allowed to create new environments. So, if you set up a trial Power App environment, that'll work just fine. If you have a Power App login from your company may not have given you permission to set up environments, and then it's all downhill from there. So, I'd like to get us into the lab. It's just simpler for me if we get us into the lab. But this is my option to fall back on. By the way, and Frank just mentioned this to me, and I'm glad he did because I would have forgotten it. If you decide to claim the Azure Pass, if you decide to use the Azure Pass, do not, under any circumstances, use your organization's email to claim the Azure Pass. If you use your organization's email, you will be sucked into your organization, and whatever restrictions your organization has put on you will apply. So when you go to claim the Azure Pass, make sure that you use your personal email. Otherwise, you'll find, I'm going to try doing this, and go, I'm sorry, you're not allowed to do that. So make sure that when you claim the Azure Pass, you use a personal email. Do not use your company or organization email address, because then you'll end up under whatever security limitations they've put on you. Speaking of which, and that reminded me, the other thing, I checked that last module where we're probably not going to do any of the labs, the Azure module. That's referred to as Azure integration in the exam coverage. That's referred to as Power Platform integration or app integration, and it's 5 to 10% of the course of the exam, 5 to 10% of the exam. As I remember, this was one of the exams that had, like 47 questions. Generally speaking, it's between 45 and 50 questions. And as I remember, this was one of those areas, 45. So 5 to 10% is somewhere between 2 and 5 questions. You have to get 700 out of 1,000. So 7/10 of 47 is 28, and 4 is about 32. You have to get about 32 of the 47 questions right, roughly speaking. Some questions are worth more than others, but you have to get 32 of the 47 right. I'm never trying for 100%. I'll talk about that email, because if they want you to know everything, the pass mark would be 100%. It's not. It's 700 out of 1,000. So I look at the stuff and say, well, what am I going to use in my life, in my career? What's going to get me clients? And I make sure I know all that stuff really well, and I make sure that's enough for me to pass. And then in the other areas, I don't spend any time on them, and when the questions come up, I just guess. And I'll probably get, I might get 1 or 2 right just by accident or luck or good guessing. A lot of the time, you if you're familiar with the material, you can make a really good guess at it. So, all right, we're going to plunge on. I'm going to come back in here where I promised to. I wanted to show you some of this stuff. And once you're in, go to your calendar, find this class. Once you've found this class, click Launch. Now, this is the environment you're going to end up in. I'm going to pick Yes. It doesn't matter which one you pick. And that will go away eventually. I'm going to put this into full mode, and you'll notice the screen automatically adjusts to take up as much of the window as you possibly can. So once you get the lab up, click the full size button, and that'll get you the biggest screen you can have. Over here, we're going to have the instructions, and as long as you brought it up, we're going to download a set of files to our lab computer, and we do need those files for some of the exercises. So I click that, and it downloads the files. So that's the first thing we're going to do. Now, while that's happening, up here where it says instructions, you'll notice there's another tab here that says resources. Now, the reason that's interesting, in order to keep us all separate from everybody else doing this course, and so we don't, all over the world right now, what they've done is they've assigned us a ID and a Microsoft 365 tenancy and an active slice of Active Directory. And they've given us a bizarre name that is guaranteed not to duplicate amongst all the other people doing this at the same time, because we're actually logging into Azure here. So the name is M365X and then some random number .onmicrosoft.com. So all of us our username for all of us is going to be admin at M365X, and then that number is going to be different for each of us. And then this is our password, and you're going, oh gosh, that's going to be fun to type in, isn't it? The good news here is that you'll never have to type it in. And let me give you an example of that. So I'm going to start up a browser of my choice. And by the way, if you'd rather work with Chrome, you have internet access from this virtual machine. If you want to download and install Chrome, that's great. So I'm going to go to, I'm just doing this as a demo, portal.azure.com. Now you'll notice that this is flagged with the letter T. Whenever you see something that's flagged with the letter T, if you type that, it will type the thing in for you. And ditto for the password. So I never have to memorize the password or my ID. Whenever I need to type that in, I can go to the Resources tab and it will type it in for me. And then stay signed in, yes, and don't show this again, and save the password, and we're off to the races. So that's sort of sweet. That's a nice feature of the Learn on Demand environment. No, I don't want to see that. Now, the only problem we've got is the instructions were written by Microsoft, and Microsoft has said, oh, you're going to get a funny ID from your training environment, your lab environment. They'll provide you with a funny ID. And what Learn on Demand has done is they've gone through, and wherever you have to put in your username and password, they've rewritten the instructions to include this username and this password, and they flagged them with the T. So in the instructions, wherever you need to put in the username or password, you're going to see the username and password with the letter T beside it, and you'll have to click it. So with any luck at all, you'll never have to come to the Resources tab. You'll never have to come to the Resources tab because you will find this actually embedded in the instructions. The only problem is you're going to find the Microsoft instructions there talking about how the lab environment has given you this special ID and how you have to build the special ID out of everything. And you're going to look at that and go, but it's right there. And here's all this verbiage about how to assemble all of that stuff. That's because what Learn on Demand Systems does is they go through Microsoft's instructions and they don't rewrite or change the instructions. They just insert this everywhere. So when you hit that bit, and maybe I can find an example here. Now that I've downloaded the file, I'm going to go on to the first exercise. See, there's an example. We're going to go to the PowerAppsMicrosoft.com, and see the URL is marked with the T icon. So if I just come up here and click T, it'll type that in, and I can hit the Enter key. You've seen me type. You can. This is a lifesaver for me. I wonder if I can find an example of it talking about building the credentials. Maybe I can't. But in any case, if you run across some bizarre set of instructions that talk about how to build your credentials, just remember, it'll either be embedded in the instructions or you can go to the Resources tab and It'll take care of it for you. If you're wondering what this is, the virtual machine we're running on is called CDev. It's certainly possible that you might lose your mind and accidentally log out. I encourage you not to do that. Just leave everything up all the time and leave it running. But if you do, sign out. If because at the end of the day, habit, right? Everybody signs out. The way you get back in is, first off, you have to click Control-Alt-Delete to bring up the login password. Do not do Control-Alt-Delete in your keyboard. It won't work. If you do Control-Alt-Delete in your keyboard, it'll be captured by the computer on your desk. It won't be captured by your virtual machine. So this will send a Control-Alt-Delete to your virtual machine. And it says you want as admin, and there's the password. You notice, just different enough to be annoying. Right? It's not the same password we use to get to Learn on Demand. Slightly different. But again, you don't have to know it. It's got that T beside it, so I can just do that. And I'm in. And I'm in. Just about in. Oh, no. Oh, there we go. Yeah, see, I am in. So that's the Learn on Demand environment. And I find all that very, very convenient, that typing in. Anyways, let me show you the PowerApps environment and walk you through what you're going to have to do in the first exercise. So I'm going to use that to, I've got to click, there we go, and hit enter. And when you get to do this, I'll walk you through it. When you get to do this, you want to click the Start Free button. Oh yeah, here it is. There, copy your Microsoft 365 credentials from the authorized lab hoster. You don't need to do that. They're sitting right there. Anyway, so create your account. It says you're already signed in. That's been set up for you. You're already signed in. So all we have to do is click Next, and we're into our PowerApps environment. Okay, now we're in our PowerApps environment. Pause. Now, when your PowerApps environment is created, when PowerApps sets you up, it creates a default environment for you. Environments are where you keep all of the stuff that you're. Sigh. As I say, there's always a percentage of the people involved when doing this that it just doesn't work for, and the solution is the standard solution for everything. Do it again. So I refreshed it. So anyways, so I'm now in the PowerApps environment, and an environment has been set up for me. And an environment holds all of the components for that particular environment. An environment has a database. An environment has a certain number of permissions assigned to it, a certain number of users assigned to it. That's why I always have a development and a test environment. So one of the first things you're going to do is create a new environment. I'm not going to get involved in that. We'll do that later. Typically, what we create in our environments are solutions. And you can't add solutions to the default environment. The default environment is there for PowerApps to manage you. So one of the first things we're going to do is create a new environment. And then we will add solutions to our environment. I guess I better show that. So I'm going to create a new environment. They ask you, now it's sort of awkward, they ask you to create an environment by giving it the name my initials dev. So I'm going to go PHV dev. From here on in, they just refer to it as the dev environment. So do be aware, all the environments have to have a unique name. So you're going to put your initials in front of it, and then we're going to call it dev. From here on in, the instructions will just keep referring to your dev environment, your dev environment, your dev environment. Make sure that you pick trial. Trial is an interesting kind of environment. It is automatically destroyed after 30 days. Now, I do a lot of technical writing, and I write for a bunch of different companies, and so I'm constantly creating sample applications to try stuff out and experiment, or setting up some testing environment to do some stuff for them. And then gradually my hard disk fills up, and I'm looking at this list of projects that I've created and going, okay, which ones can I delete? That's the nice thing about the trial environment. It cleans itself up. 30 days later, it's gone. You'll get warnings. It won't surprise you. So now I'm going to create my PHDev environment. And I'm going to create a database. Notice the database is associated with the environment. It's not associated with any particular app. It's associated with the environment. So I go create database. Currency means, I guess I'll go with USD. What the heck, eh? And language, English, fancy. And I'm going to include sample apps and data checked. In real life, I don't do that. But it's, once I've got one environment, the sample apps and data, I don't need it in every one. So now I'm going to click Create My Database, and it will now finally create my data. Oh, my currency went back to XDR. Okay, I don't care. So notice, you probably can't see it, but up here it says your trial environment will expire in 30 days. There, you can see it. If you want to keep it, you have to convert it to a production environment. So this is how you switch between environments. So there's my default environment. Whoever set me up gave me a default environment called Contoso. And now, but I'm going to do most of my work. We'll do almost everything in our dev environment, that PHDev environment. Okay, so we're finally getting to the part I wanted to talk about. So now, what do? I've switched to my PHDev environment. I go to Solutions. And you can see here are all the things that I have in my environment. These are, by and large, these are all solutions. And a solution basically it's an application. It consists of everything you need for that application. All of the tables you need, all of the business rule with all their business rules applied, all the forms you need, all of those things are in a solution. So if you think of a solution as an application, I don't think that's a bad mental model. If you think of the environment as the environment that your solution runs in, I think that's a pretty good mental model too. Now, there's lots of reasons for creating environments. You might create an environment for all your accounting applications. You might create an environment for all of your inventory applications. But I think, so you might organize your environments by department or perhaps by division. As remember, the environments do control who gets to see what applications. So, accounting people should only see accounting applications. Setting up an accounting environment makes a lot of sense. But I always think you should also have a dev and a production environment. So I would say for accounting, you would actually set up two environments, the accounting production environment and the accounting dev environment. You'll spend most of your life in the accounting dev environment, and everybody who uses your application will spend most of their life in the accounting production environment. So I'm going to create a new solution, giving it a name, Fred, and now we pick a publisher, and I can add a new publisher. I can create a default publisher for the common data. Notice they haven't changed the name. That CDS is the default publisher. And then I can create a default publisher, and this is the organization that has been created for me. I'm a member of an organization called ORGBA 9A4A2. We're going to create a default publisher. Now, this is a lot of setup, but you only typically do this once. Typically, you create your environment, you set up the publisher for the environment, and then you just start creating solutions. environment. Now, let's wait for this. Honest, any second now, something's going to happen. All right, in theory, Alexandra, am I getting that right? Jacob, Navdeep was already in, Rupinder, and Ryan. Why don't you try getting in again?
Hey, Peter, it's Alex.
There you go. All right. Well, let me finish going through this, and then we'll see what our problems are. So I'm going to create my publisher. Now, the primary reason I create my publisher is to assign a prefix. So, for instance, my company is called PHVIS. So I will put this prefix in of PHVIS, and that prefix will be applied to everything I create from here on in. Now, you do that for two reasons. One is you end up often putting applications from several different environments into the same environment. It's, as you move stuff out of your development environments, your various development environments, into your production environments, a lot of solutions end up in the same environment. So by giving yourself a unique prefix that's put in front of everything you create, you're guaranteed you won't have name collisions. Wouldn't be surprised to have two people create a customer thing, for example. So I put that on. The other thing, be quiet. The other reason I do this is because when I go to start creating my tables, I often try to pick existing tables from the Dataverse that have already been created because they're really well designed. No sense reinventing the wheel. But I usually find that I have to add my own columns to those tables, that there's stuff that I want to record that isn't there. So by putting this prefix on, by setting up this prefix, whenever I add a new column, that column name will begin PHVIS _. So if I create a new column called full name, it'll be called PHVIS _ full name. This makes it really easy to identify the columns I've added versus the columns that came with the entity. And there's any number of times that becomes very important to me, that I want to be able to scan down the list, spot the columns that I created for whatever reason, and as opposed to the stock columns that were created. Anyways, so I'm not going to create the publisher here. We'll put that off. So let's just take a look at a sample solution. There's the fundraiser. And don't worry, we'll show you how to create an environment. So here are all the things that make up the fundraiser. I suspect they set the publisher for this up with a prefix of sample. You'll notice that sample is being added to the name of everything they've created. They've got a table called donation. They've got customization. We'll be talking about those. A web resource, that's probably a web service that this solution uses. Another table. A sitemap, so that's a model-driven application that they've created. The sitemap for a model-driven application. There's the model-driven application that they've created. They brought in a special icon that they're going to use as part of the display in here. And, they're both icons. All the web resources are just icons they've grabbed. So the structure is you go to make.powerapps.com. Within make.powerapps.com, you will have multiple environments. I think you should have at least two. a dev, and a production. And then within any particular environment, you have a set of solutions. Within any particular solution, you have all the stuff that makes up that solution. And editors for working with each of those resources. I just clicked on the donation icon, and I'm expecting it to bring up a tool for me to work with modifying that icon. Yeah, well, oh, there's the URL for that icon down there. So, all right, so let's just see how we're getting on here. So I think that Ryan, everyone on this list, okay, so let me, can you guys on this list, William, Kyle, Dalio, John, Patrick, Stephen, and Vish, can you try logging in again?
This
Let's
is
see how
Dalio.
it
It's
goes.
working for me now.
Yay! Dalio, you now too are my
Peter,
official
sir,
best
Jacob.
friend.
Hey, sir.
Heck with Navdeep.
I can get into the
What's that?
site, and it says authorization request, and you kind of exclamated not to link the accounts or like to do it in a browser that wasn't connected to your proper account. Is this when I should be concerned about that, or should I just put in the password saying that One Learning TMS is requesting access to the SkillPipe account? Is that okay?
Okay, no, you'll be fine for Power Apps. Don't do it for your Azure Pass. So you'll be because remember when you actually get to logging into Power Apps, you're going to be using this this bizarre identity here. So use the same email address you use to get to Learning Tree to get to the classroom computer. But when you go to do the Azure Pass, don't use your organization account. You'll be sorry in ways you can't imagine. Okay, so who else has been able to get in? Keeps telling me, so Stephen W. is still locked out. And Kyle is still locked out.
I am not.
Vish, are you in
I'm
yet?
able to get the password reset, but then when I attempt to reset my password, it says I can't find an account with that username.
Okay, Patrick? I'm detecting a pattern
Same
here.
problem for me.
John, William? All right.
Hey Peter, I noticed that you can sign in with a Microsoft or a corporate Azure account or whatever on that page. Like if for some reason you had one of those accounts with your organization that you work for, and then you use that organization email address to sign up for Learning Tree, would there be like a conflict there, maybe, or could that be part of the reason?
No, because it shouldn't be. I shouldn't say no. It shouldn't be. Because remember, all we're doing at this point is getting to Learning Tree, getting to Learn on Demand. We're not having anything to do with Azure. So it shouldn't, notice this keyword shouldn't, be a problem. Now, one other thing worth mentioning is do make sure that, and I'm sure you guys are doing this, but I have to mention it anyway. Do make sure that you're not using any of these buttons up here, that you're signing in with your username and I know you're not doing that. I have to say it out loud. Make sure you're using your email or username down here and you're not using any of that stuff up here. No, it's only when you're claiming your Azure Pass that you want to stay away from your organizational ID. All right, So we've got it down to, and I've sent all those off. So we're down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people. Yay! Listen, you got to grasp your victories where you can. Let me get back to my notes here. So here is an example of, Davina, what's up?
You were talking about the setting up of the environments and your suggestion of having a dev and one for, for publishing. And the dev one, do you normally set that one up as a sandbox, or do you still set that up as a publish? Because I'm assuming with the sandbox you're getting limited on access.
I would, yeah. No, I typically, I set them up as production. But now that you've asked the question, I'm now questioning my life choices. Because I do it out of habit, right? Somebody walked me through it the first time I did it and say, and just pick production. And now that you've actually raised the question, I better check and make sure I have a good reason for that. But yeah, I think you want it. When I'm playing around, when I'm experimenting, when I'm doing a short-term project, I pick trial every time. When I'm creating an environment that I'm going to build an application and it's going to go on for a long time, I've always picked production. But I better check and make sure that, in fact, I am doing the right thing. Now that you've asked my opinion, I suppose I should check to make sure it's a good opinion. So I think it is, but I'll check. Super.
While we're at it, this is Alex. Can you
Alexandra,
show me the create button
Alex,
of the environment?
don't worry. We're going to do that again together, and you'll see it then. There actually isn't one. What you do is you go down to solutions, and when you go to create solutions, it says, you have to create an environment first. There you go. Yo, Rupinder. And if you're talking,
Can
I'm
you
not
hear
yet
me now?
hearing you.
Oh, I can't hear you.
I can
so
hear you
I'll
now.
have to switch.
Oh, I just got a great idea for commercial. It'll be for coffee.
Well, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to set up my account. Like when it says step 1, let's set up your account. When I use my work email, it doesn't work for me, so I'm kind of stuck there. I'll continue to type because I can't hear you. One second. Sorry.
No problem. Let me just check. As far as your emails go, you should use the same email address you used when you logged into Learning Tree this morning. So whatever email address Learning Tree has been using to communicate with you. If you decide to claim your Azure Pass, which is a completely separate issue, if you decide to claim your Azure Pass, make sure you don't use your organizational account. But right now, all we're trying to do is get you into Learn on Demand. And you should, notice the use of the keyword should be using your same email address you used when you got into work this morning. Ellie, what's up?
I'm trying to create the new environment. Okay.
Well, let's wait to get everybody in because I'm going to go through the whole process again. There you go. Okay. So, so here, for example, one of the things I can look at in my environment is I can see what are all the entities that are available for me to use in Fundraiser, if I wish. So once I've set this stuff up, I can look at all of the resources, all of the assets that make up a solution, or I can look at part of them. Now, If you do look at entities, let me just point out this option up here, Get Data. Get Data lets you look at the data in your tables using one of the forms that's associated with your asset. People often find this frustrating. They say, "Oh, how do I look at the data in this table I've created?" Because you've run the application, you want to make sure the data is being created. How do I look at the data? Well, you go to Entities. I don't have any tables set up, so I can't show you this. Pick the entity you're interested in, and then Get Data will show it to you. You can also just notice across the top here, there's a bunch of tabs, and one of the tabs at the end is Data. And you can see, there it is, it's showing you all of the data that is sitting in that table, all, in this case, exactly 4 rows. But it is using one of the views set up and associated with Fundraiser. So you may look at this and you go, well, there's like 8 other columns here that aren't being shown. That's right. That's because this particular view only has these 4 columns in it: name, fundraiser, goal, owner, donations. Effectively, when you go, for instance, with entities and pick Get Data, or pick the Data tab here. Get Data lets you retrieve a particular row. Data, which shows you all the rows, you're actually running a model-driven application. And it actually uses the views and forms that you set up. So if you're not happy with the way that the PowerApp site is displaying your data, you have complete control over it. You can go to the form or the view associated with this particular entity and add some columns or remove some columns. And we're going to do that. You're going to see that happen a lot. And then at the start of the Power Automate application, we're actually going to go and do that. Because we're going to say, oh, look, I want to see this. It's not being displayed. We'll modify the view. We'll add another column to the view. And then we'll go back and, oh, look, we've enhanced our display. So there are parts, because the PowerApps environment uses the assets you create, like views and forms, you've got control over how it displays your data to you. So now let's go back and talk about our application. In our application, the user has now moved down from dashboards and picked fundraisers. Let me go back here. So here was the original. That's what the user designed, the developer designed, I guess I should say. And notice they picked fundraiser and included all the forms, all the views, all the charts, and all the dashboards that are associated with fundraiser. That seems a little extreme to me, but can't stop these people. So the user, you're given automatically, you're given this menu system on the left, and the user can now select from which ones you set up. And as we saw, the developer had set up fundraisers. So the user picks this, and the model-driven app shows the items. And this time it's showing a view that displays the name column, the fundraiser goal column, the owner column, the total donations column, and the created on column. And if you think that's too much or too little information, the person here who took this graphic obviously felt owner column was too much information. You can just go back and modify the view. The next time you run this, and if you publish it the next time the user runs it, the owner column will be gone. You can see these arrows here, and clicking them gives you a list of values, and you can pick values from that and filter the list just like you can in Excel. So for example, if I only wanted to see the special events, I could go to that drop-down list. It would give me a list of all the options. I would pick special events, and that would narrow the list down to just special events. So how do we modify the forms? You've got an editor. When you go to create a new form, and you'll get a chance to do this, when you create a new form, it shows you down here all of the fields that are available, and you just drag the fields onto your form. You can set up multiple tabs And it may make sense to you not to put all of the fields on the form, but to set up tabs and put some fields on one tab and subfields on another tab and subfields on a third tab. I think, as a matter of fact, when we get to create the model-driven app, we will actually have you actually create some tabs. Here's a roll-up field being displayed, and you'll notice it's saying last updated, so apparently the roll-up background process hasn't run. Whenever you select an item, this displays over here and gives you information about the item that the user has selected. Right now, the user has selected this form. The developer who's working on this, I guess I should say, has selected this form. And so it's showing them the name of the form, the description of the form, and the maximum width of the form. If he had picked, for instance, the created on property or the name control, we'd get a different list of properties down here that would allow you to control how that's to be displayed or what it's to look like. Now we're starting to get into business logic and output, and we're also getting time for our break. Okay, so, oh no, I see what's happened. So I haven't heard back yet about some additional, about the last 6 people, but why don't we take our break now? I'd really like to get in and do the Dataverse stuff before we go any farther, and make sure everybody is set up, and then we'll and carry on. So let's see if we've got, if in 15 minutes we're ready to go ahead.
Hey, Peter? Yeah, hi.
Yeah.
It's Alex again. I don't seem to have access to create a new environment.
Okay, let me go and have a look.
It seems like I don't have the right access.
That is the sign that the login process did not, the setup process did not work for you. And as I say, that's not unusual. Let me just go and see. I can do a quick check and see if that didn't go right.
Because when I click the create new environment, it says upgrade your plan. Creating an environment requires a PowerApp per user plan.
1 second.
Or maybe done by an admin, so I don't seem to have
Yeah,
admin.
give me a sec. There you are. I'm just going to take control of your screen. So if your mouse starts moving, don't panic.
Yeah.
Now the way I check is I come up here where it says that's you're the mod administrator, so your ID is MA, and I click here and I want to view your account, and you should have the Power Apps plan in your account. And let's see. I wish they wouldn't move this stuff around. Devices, organization, passwords, my sign-ins. Yeah, I'm not seeing that plan. Okay, so yeah, there we go. That's what I want, subscriptions. I hadn't scrolled down far enough to find it. So we should see the Power App plan here. And use subscriptions. Yeah, you got the Office 365 stuff, but none of the Power App stuff. Okay, so what we have to do here what we're going to have to do here is discard your lab and start over again. And I've never had it fail twice in a row. But so the way you discard a lab, let me just get back to my environment so I can find them. Cute. I want to make sure I'm getting this right. That over there. So up here in your lab, in the hamburger menu up here, pick End.
Okay.
And that should take you out of this lab. And it says, are you sure you want to end this lab? And you say, yes, end my lab.
Yep, I did.
Close window. Now I think when you launch the lab, it'll relaunch from scratch. Now, if we do the setup again, I think it'll work. Man has dreams. But let's wait until we come back from
It
break.
says it's building right now.
Yeah.
So.
Let's wait till I come back from break and we'll see how it goes. Why is this not? Oh, there. All right. So I'll be back in 10 minutes and 12 seconds. Take care.
I think he might be muted.
Oh, there was no might about it. I was definitely muted. We haven't heard back from anybody, so I'm going to assume we're still not all in yet. So we've already seen this picture of our model-driven app. So before you start building anything, always check to see if there is a template that will get you started. It's really easy to delete stuff you don't need. It's harder to create stuff from scratch. And it's such a rich environment. And notice, as I said, there's so many of these things that they're actually broken into, so many of these templates, they've had to organize them into categories. Excuse me. Again, when we go to create components, there are templates for those also, both for already designed sites, there's existing views, charts. When you create a new table, for example, it'll automatically create a default form for you. You can then open that form in the editor and move stuff around. Ditto for the views, add or remove items from the views. The app designer is really this sitemap. That is the core of everything you do in the model-driven application. That may not seem like it gives you a lot of options, but remember, the thing is, the model-driven app, almost everything is driven by your data structure and by the assets associated with the data structure. So, for example, you will have used that editor we saw before to create a form to work with the account object, to create a view to work with, well, whatever that is, counter object. So you can now use those views in your model-driven app. And if someone were to say, oh, look, you've created this wonderful account object, I want to use it. If they pick it up and decide to use it also, they will get the forms you designed, so they don't have to do that themselves. And as I say, the fact the person here has picked all, that's a little extreme. As fond as I am of reusing stuff, remember, you can remove items to include only the stuff you need for your application. There is a separate site map designer. That's what you see up here. And that allows you to control that menu bar that appears down the left-hand side. You may have items that you want, tables that you want to include in your design, but you don't want the user to be able to navigate to them. Rather, you're going to include those information from children in the parent form. So the customer form is going to display sales orders, so you need the sales order table, but you don't want the user just to be able to navigate to a list of sales orders. The good news here is whenever you add a table to the sitemap, it automatically adds what they call a dependency. And they talk a lot about dependencies, but fundamentally you don't care. When you add something to your solution, and I'm going to use solution and application almost interchangeably. When you add something to a solution inside your environment, you're going to find that when you publish that, everything you need for your solution is automatically included, is automatically published to your new environment. So that they talk about dependencies. Those are all the things that your solution needs in order to run. That is pretty much handled for you automatically. I can't ever think of a time where I found that, oh, look, I brought this into my application, and then when I deployed it, an important part of my application was left behind. So in theory here, this is where we would create our model-driven app, but we'll carry on. I think we're going to spend all tomorrow morning just doing the Dataverse exercise and then the model-driven app exercise. So what we do is, first off, we create our environment. Let me go back to my environment here. Now you'll notice I discarded my lab and I started over again from scratch. You'll notice I'm back to, my screen isn't as big as it could be. And this time, for some reason, clicking the full button, the expand button, the maximum button, isn't causing my screen to resize. I am disappointed. So I can come over here, and in the upper left-hand corner, there is this option that says Display. The tooltip, you just have to take my word for it. The tooltip says Display. If I click that, I get 3 choices. I get full screen, I get fit window to machine, and I get reconnect. If you get a message that it's lost its connection to the server, coming up to display and pick reconnect might connect you to the server and let you pick up and carry on. So let's pick fit window to machine. Well, I'm disappointed. And now let's pick full screen. Gee, again, I am still, oh no, there we go. That's better. So you'll notice it's now put in as much space as it can. I can shrink this down this on the side by grabbing that bar, and again, that will make my screen bigger at the cost of making this smaller. Now, I'm just going to download these lab files again, because I'll forget if I don't. And I'm going to use that and start up my web browser. And I'm going to go back to PowerApps. Oh, no, I've got to log in, don't I? Oh, no, right. Okay, I'm on track. In case you're wondering why nothing's working, it's because I have to wait until this download lab files to the F drive finish. Actually, as long as I'm here, let me mention those. Let me just point out where those files are going. Oh, right, I can't do that because I'm downloading the lab files. These lab files, there we go, are being put on my F drive. And there's my browser starting up finally. And eventually I'm going to find a folder here on my F drive. Now, somebody brought up earlier on, I apologize for forgetting who, somebody brought up earlier on, what if I wanted to do these on my own computer at home, which is certainly an option that's available to you. Just got to make sure you've got the right subscription to the PowerApps. So let me just show you. This course is PL 400. So I'm going to open up my browser over here. And I'm going to do a search on GitHub PL 400 instructions. You see I've been here before. All of the steps in the instructions and all of the files that just got downloaded, that are in the process of being downloaded to my virtual machine, those are all kept on GitHub. So if I come down here to where it says GitHub, Microsoft Learning PL 400, notice it's the second choice here. So GitHub PL 400. If I go in under instructions and then go in under labs, here are all the labs that we're going to do this week. So you don't need to go to our lab environment to get the instructions. They're all here. Now, the lab names, Lab 01, Lab 02, don't necessarily correspond to our modules. So if you decide you want to use the GitHub instructions, let me know, and I've got a list of which modules are associated with which labs are associated with which modules. The other thing that we've got here is, if I go back up to, I was expecting to find a zip file with all of the files that we need in it. And I am being disappointed. Because I was hoping to tell you could just download those files from GitHub. And I'm not seeing them. I may just be being stupid. Okay. Well, as I say, wait for me when we do it together as a group. So if you, Alex, if you can just back out, throw everything away, and then wait for me, and we'll do it as a group and see if it goes any better the second time. I was sort of hoping to find the download there. So I'll have to find out where they've hidden that, because they used to keep it all on GitHub. So it is possible for you to do the labs on your computers. I mean, we're doing everything through a browser, except for those missing files, and I'll find out where they are. And again, the search for that, GitHub, name of this course, PL400, and then instructions. And that should bring it up. It'll be the first or second item on the list. All right, so let's come back here. It's still downloading this file. I'm going to go to Power Apps. Hit the Enter key. Pause while it thinks about it. I don't suppose it's done yet. Nope. I click Start Free. This is fun. All righty. So now I'm going to set up my account. So I put in this admin email address. I click Next. It says you're already logged in. So I click Sign In. I'm going to have to provide my username and password again. Just my password. Oh, files have finally downloaded. So let me go to the F drive. We're waiting for that to load. There you can see there's the, on the F drive we have a folder called Instructions. Inside the folder called Instructions we have Oh, of course, I'm being stupid. In this course, the files are organized by the lab. They don't have a single folder with all of the files in it. Instead, the files are organized on a lab-by-lab basis. I'm not going to drag you through all of these looking for some files. But if you decide to do it at home, then go to GitHub, download the instructions from the website, from the GitHub site, and any of the files that you need to do the exercises are included under the individual labs. Just another pretty face, folks. So, okay, so I just closed down my browser window. So I want to do that. Now I got to get back to my Power Apps. There we go. Now remember before I went into the Power Apps environment and I said, show me all my solutions. And it said, well, you know, I got a problem. I can't really show you all your solutions because you've only got one environment set up, which is your default environment, and you're not allowed to create solutions in your default environment. It's a management environment. You're allowed to export, to publish solutions to it, but you're not allowed to create solutions in that environment. So when I went to look at all of my solutions, it said, oh, you got to create an environment first. So I clicked on the button that said create environment. It created my environment for me. And that's great. If you only wanted to create one environment, what if you wanted to create more than one? What if you needed, and I'm suggesting you want to create oodles of environments. I think it's a great organizational tool. In that case, you're going to want to go to this site, admin.powerplatform.microsoft.com. If you go to the admin.powerplatform.microsoft.com, it will show you all your environments and it will allow you to create a new environment. Now, why is this on a separate site? Why can't I just create an environment in my Power Platform? Why can't I just do it from, I think it's called, I've set up shortcuts for all of these things, so I don't know that I actually know the URLs anymore. Nope, I don't. And the reason is not everybody's allowed to create environments. Only global administrators are allowed to, and a few others. Only some supervisor accounts are allowed to create environments. So the way they control that is by having this admin site. And primarily what you do on the admin site is you create environments. Now, we've all been set up as administrators. If we come up here, this is our name here. We are mod administrator is our name. So if I click on mod administrator and then go and look at my account, it'll show me what subscriptions and permissions I have. So the reason I bring this up is back at home, when you go to work on your Power App, you may well find that you are not being given permission to create environments. So you will have to go to some other administrator to have them create your environments for you. Someone who actually has permission to go to the admin.powerplatform site. So what you're looking for here is under subscriptions. I'm going to view all my subscriptions. You will find that what's being set up for us is we've been given basically a Microsoft 365 subscription. So that's the Microsoft 365, the most expensive one too, 365 E5. They've thrown in enterprise mobility and security. Yes. But this is the one that we need, the Microsoft Power Apps Plan 2 trial. That's the one that is set up for us to use. And so when we're finally all logged in and able to get to our environment, what we're going to do is go through those initial steps and see if, first thing we want to check is see if I go to my account and pick subscriptions, do I have the Microsoft Power Apps Plan 2 trial? And that's what I need to do the rest of the course. Once I'm here, though, once I've set up, I'm going to go to it's this tab on admin.powerplatform where I'm going to actually create my environments. That first environment you get to create, that's very convenient, but every subsequent environment you're going to create here from the Power Platform Admin Center. I don't think Power Platform appears on this list. Well, there's Power Automation, but that's not quite the same thing. So I'm going to erase that. And I'm going to go, it's powerapps.microsoft.com is the name of my main, it's where you'll spend most of your time, powerapps.microsoft.com. And as I say, if I were you, the first thing I would do after getting to the Power Apps site, set it up as a shortcut so that you don't have to remember the URL. Plainly, I don't. And then if you have authority to use the admin page, then also set up the admin page as a shortcut. So let's see if I can successfully get in this time. Get started. Now this is what you saw me do before. And there's the URL I couldn't remember, make.powerapps.com. And that is effectively your home page as a Power Apps developer, is make.powerapps.com. Good. I'll just refresh. I don't need that anymore. There we go. And as I say, if you go to look at all your solutions, when initially all you have is the single environment, if you go to look at your solutions, they do give you a shortcut for creating that first environment. Again, assuming you have permissions to do it. And good news, the mod administrator does. That doesn't mean you will back at work. And you may have to wait for some administrator to create your environment for you. And here's our sample solutions. As you remembered my environment from last time. Okay. So solutions are a container to track the changes and they say to track the changes you make to the Dataverse, Power Apps, and Power Automate Flow. I wouldn't say that. I would say a solution is a container for a bunch of items that you think are related, typically because they all contribute to a specific application. When it comes time to deploy, when it comes time to move something to production, what you will do is you will publish your solution. So let me go back here to this environment. Let me pick a solution, fundraiser. And you'll notice there's an option up here that says publish all customizations. And that's what I would use to rebuild my application and, oops, too far to the left, and publish it to another environment where a different group of people could use it. And in fact, Microsoft 365, this is the process they use. Apparently, most of the applications you interact with Microsoft Dynamics 365 are built using Power Apps, mostly Canvas apps. But I'm told that there are some. Remember, my ignorance of Dynamics 365 is both deep and wide. Includes both Canvas apps and model-based apps. And they're all set up as solutions and deployed as solutions to your environment. And even third-party developers, they're creating and deploying Power App solutions. So here, for example, is a device ordering solution. Now, this is not, you look at this, you go, this is an interesting screen. Is this a screen I'm going to see in Power Apps? No, it is not. This is not a screen you will see in Power Apps. What they're doing here is they're showing you that the device ordering solution, contains two apps, device ordering and device procurement. It contains three security roles that have, and each role, users will be permitted to use some apps to access some data, will be denied access to some data. There are two Power Automate flows, and there apparently all of that is represented with exactly one table. That seems unlikely to me. What we will see in our Power Apps environment is all the components that make up the solution. So that's so at a very high level, all that stuff around the side is very interesting. What we will see in our solution is, oh look, we've got this device order app, which you can't tell if it's a Canvas app or a model-driven app. Here is a form called device. Oh, that's a process. There's the order approval process, and there's the device procurement process. So there's Power Automate, Canvas apps, or model-driven apps, all in the same solution with everything else. And then we go up and we pick Publish, and out rolls our solution. When we're working with a solution in our dev environment, it's referred to as an unmanaged solution. And that's because we can do anything we want with it. We can add stuff, we can remove stuff to it. When we move to a non-development environment, like, for example, a production environment, when we move to a non-development environment, it's said to be a managed solution. Now, the reason it's said to be a managed solution is because, by and large, the only changes you can make are to replace the whole solution. In the unmanaged environment, my dev environment, I can delete this form, I can update this form, I can change this form, I can add a new Power Automate. But in the production environment, what I do is I deploy the complete solution, and I replace the existing version of the solution with a new version of the solution. Solution components are categorized. You saw there was a column down the side so that you could see, down the middle, where you could see what kind of thing each item was. There's tables, there's apps, there's Power Automate flows, security components. Some components have some subcomponents. When we go into an item, I wonder if I can show you an example of that here. If I go into, that won't be a good example. Oh, if I go into fundraiser donations. Oh no, let's go into fundraiser, model-driven application. If I go into fundraiser, so I went into the fundraiser app itself. I hope it's going to be faster than this the rest of this week. Here we can see there are a bunch of subcomponents that are being used. There's the dashboard, there's the business processes, there's some additional dashboards. So some components have subcomponents associated with them. Well, you know what? I probably made that more difficult than I needed to be. If I go to my table, my fundraiser table, and William and Dalio, can you check your emails? And you may have some good news in your emails. And here are the columns that make up this particular table. But you'll note, and then here are the relationships that this table has with other tables. Here are the business rules, and there aren't any. Here are the views associated with this table. As you can see, there's 6 of them already, and the forms associated. And these are all subcomponents of the table's component. Now, I have to admit, I'm not too clear on what they call a subcomponent. And I don't know if columns classify as a subcomponent. I guarantee you that views and forms, I know for a fact, are classified as subcomponents because I've seen them explicitly referred to as subcomponents. But I don't know if columns and relationships count as subcomponents. So some components have subcomponents. You notice, as they say here, they call out specifically forms, views, charts. Oh, good, columns apparently are now officially a subcomponent. And then you have reference data. Now, this is important to remember, and I know I've mentioned this before, but I'm going to go again. Remember, the database belongs to the environment, not to the app, not to the solution. So when you deploy, when you publish your solution to another environment, it picks up the database in that other environment, and that presumably has your production data in it, as opposed to the test data that you've been using. So let's talk about security roles. And I'm just going to stop for a minute while William and Dalio give have a chance to see what happens if they're able to get in. If William is able to get in at any rate. Oh, okay. So you're going to have to reset the password. Oh, great. Yep. I've got you on my list of still to fix. Stephen. Are you Stephen or Steve? Stephen. I was doing this one course. Somebody said I don't do. Oh, Bill. I will try to remember that. Any luck with resetting your password? Bill? See how I did that? Slipped that right in? Almost. So I believe right now the people who can't get in are I think the people who aren't in at this point are John, Patrick, Stephen, and Kyle, and Vish. We're just about to see if William goes on that list. As long as we have some time to kill. In case you're wondering why I ignored your question earlier on about the difference between sandbox production and trial, it's because I realized we had this coming up. Slide coming up, and I went, oh, okay. It's one of those things, as soon as you walk out of the room, go on break. So production, this is created and owned by an administrator. There's at least you have to have 1 gigabyte of database capacity in order to create a production environment. And that's where I think that's the kind of environment I think you should be deploying your application to. Default, this is that special type of production environment. It's one that's the one you get right at the start, and generally speaking, you should stay away from it, right? It's there for Power Platform to manage your environment. Then we have the sandbox. And this is a non-production environment. It gives you copy. It's reset. You know what? I think I've been being stupid. I think this is what I should have been using for my development environment. The reason I suspect I've been using production is because I'm a consultant. And when I come into a environment, they often have not set me up the way I would like. And you'll notice a production environment that can be created by anyone with a PowerApps license. And when I started PowerApps, I'll just create a production environment. You'll always be able to create a production environment. But in fact, you probably really want, in a real environment, if you're not a consultant, you want a sandbox environment. Then we have the trial environment, which is the one I use for skunkworks stuff I'm playing with, and I want to make sure it's cleaned up afterwards when I'm thrown away. And the development environment is purely there for people on the community plan. It's your entry-level university student go in and play around environment. So this is a perfect example of do as I say, not as I do. And you really should be creating your sandbox environment as your development environment.
Say you work
Yeah,
for the
Davina.
federal government, and let's just say that branch and the agency under the federal government is the largest. And they have an environment where they have everybody in there. There's only one, and you can't create any other environment. Is there a way to the chaos to work within the idiocracy of the confounds for which that we find ourselves in, within the solutions to organize yourself in a way when creating Power Apps? Or do I need to go and preach to them about the importance of multiple environments that they're not going to listen to because there's people that get paid way higher than I do to make decisions that they're making with Microsoft that said this was fine?
I think your analysis of the situation is it's a political issue.
Right.
It's not a technical issue. So I can certainly suggest that. I mean, I'm the guy going in, and when I show up at client side, I just automatically create a production environment for myself because that can be done by anybody with a Power Apps license. And it's easy, and I don't have to argue with anybody. And you'd be amazed the lack of supervision that contractors and consultants get. Certainly, I'm always amazed. I was building a system for a reinsurance company at one point, and I said, can you send me some test data? They sent me their whole database. I mean, this is millions of dollars worth of transactions in here. I'm looking at this, and I'm going, there's got to be a way I can make money off of this. So, excellent. Excellent. So, William's in. Bill's in. See, I fixed it. Okay, so let me. So I don't think it's a technical issue. I suspect everybody knows all the stuff here, and they've made that decision anyway.
Trying to organize it out in the solutions to trying to carve my way past over 350,000 people that have the same level of access as I do.
Yeah. See, setting up an environment costs you nothing. To the best of my knowledge, there's no limit on the number of environments you have. An environment does not impose, to the best of my knowledge, impose any overhead. I think it's better to have lots of environments with not many things in each environment than it is to have a few environments with lots of things in each environment. And that would be the way, that's my approach. So I think, you look at your users, do your users use every app, every solution in an environment? The answer is no, they don't. They use the solutions that are relevant to their jobs. And if you have environments with lots and lots and lots of solutions in them, then I would suggest that there's a group of 50 users who use these 4 solutions and a group of 25 users who use these 8 solutions out of that environment. Why not put those solutions in their own environment? And I mean, when we create our environment, we created a database for our environment. We don't have to do that. The database that our environment is using can be shared with other environments. And in fact, in your production environment, that's typically the situation. Typically, the database that environment A is using is the database that environment B is using. It's just that environment A updates these 4 tables and environment B updates these other 5 tables because there are different departments in the company. But it's a political issue. I don't think technical information makes a difference at this stage. All right, so we're down to okay, so Frank is asking me to check John, Patrick, Stephen, Vish. Could you try logging into learningtree.learnondemandsystems.net? Could you try again? Because they think they might have fixed you guys also. Same password as before. Yep. PA $$ $W0RD. Try launching your lab again. That may just be a capacity issue and may go away if you launch it again. Okay, so don't use the password. Apparently, PA $. I assume that's just, John, a mistype on your part, and you actually meant to have a 0 in password rather than an O. But it is recognizing your username. It is recognizing your username and password. It is recognizing your username as your email address as a valid username. So click on the reset password and let's go through that process. All right. I'm running out of slides here, and I don't want us to have jammed up and spend 3 hours doing 2 labs back to back. So let's stop now for 5 minutes. And give everybody who's logged out, who currently hasn't been able to get in, give them a chance to get in. And I'm going to start talking, and hopefully in 5 minutes we'll actually be able to set up your everybody's lab environment. Oh! Vish, I have to tell you, I have a terrible, I think probably you're used to this. Like most North Americans, any name longer than 3 syllables absolutely defeats me. And for the longest time, I was working with, reset's not sending you email. Good, this is not progress. I was working with a woman named Santar Carangelo, Debbie Santar Carangelo. And it took me easily a week before I could successfully pronounce her last name. And then her divorce became final, and she reverted to her maiden name of Jones. Now, the reason you made me think of this is when I was doing some work with Westinghouse, the guy I was working with, his name was Krishna Magartna. So far more than 3 syllables, right? Anything over Robinson, North Americans just give up and cry. Now, for those of you who aren't getting your email reset, is it possible that it's ending up in a spam folder somewhere? Because I can't believe it's not sending you the email. You put in an email address, it should send you email.
It was sending me email earlier.
The only possibility.
Last one I got was 213. After several, I was retrying, as we went along, but I haven't gotten the last couple.
Yeah, it seems to be working sporadically. I don't know.
Okay. What happens if you...
But it did finally work for me. I did get in, so that's good.
There you go. All right. You know what? We're not going to do any labs today. We're going to give everybody a chance to walk away quiet, get it quiet down. People who have not getting emails, since it is working sporadically, I'm sort of hoping maybe later this evening it'll suddenly start working for you guys again. So we're going to finish up this chapter. We're going to call it quits for the day. We're going to come in the morning. Hopefully everybody will be in, even the really annoying people like John, So I just want to finish up story. I was working with Krishna McGartner. I finally got to the point where I could reliably pronounce Krishna McGartner's name. He, of course, nailed Peter straight out of the gate. And I said, okay, I'm ready to tackle your last name. He said, oh, forget about my last name. I said, why? He said, well, my family hasn't had last names for 3 or 4 generations. I went, you can do that? He said, yeah, we can do whatever we want. So I'm forever grateful.
Well, I will say that my name is a shortened version of what it actually is.
Anyway.
And I won't have you attempt to pronounce that, so. It's a
what is the full name? You've got to tell me now.
But it doesn't look like how it's spelled. It doesn't look like how it's spelled, though, generally, so.
Oh, that's not too bad. No. No, well, it depends, which branch of Europe got there first and transliterated it, So if it was the French or the German, it was just, the English speakers are just doomed. So, but I'm forever grateful. Krishna Gardner said, it turns out that his family had abandoned the last name 2 or 3 generations back. When he came over to the U.S., they said, and he's filling out his immigration forms, he said, what's his last name? I said, I don't have one. He said, you've got to give us one. So he said, I put in my father's name. He said, you guys have odd fetishes, he said. Anyways, welcome back. So when you create an environment, if you create an environment, you have to have the system administrator role in order to create an environment. Once you've created the environment, you will have the environment maker role for that environment. So when they talk about the environment maker role, they don't mean somebody who can make an environment. They mean someone who can make things inside the environment. So if someone is setting up an environment for you, you must make sure that they also assign you the environment maker role. Now, if you can create your own environments, if you can go to that admin page and create your own environments, golden. You will be the environment maker for any environment you create. Now, what sort of things can we do? We can control access to records. Right off the bat, for instance, by default, you're only allowed to access records that you have created. So if a user starts up an app and uses your app to create records, they will be able to access those records, but no others. That's probably not what you want. You want them to be able to look at records created by a variety of places. But remember, that's just the default setting. So you'll also want to you'll need to, when you set up people, what data are those people allowed to access? Control access to UI elements. By and large, that's going to be fine. You probably won't find you have to do much with that if you give them access to the solution. Business process flows, I've sometimes discovered, can be a problem, and sometimes tricky to assign security to the business process flow. But if you give someone permission to use the app, forms, dashboards, and all that will probably work out just fine. Then are they allowed to use the mobile app? Are they allowed to export to Excel? Are they allowed to print? And again, the default settings for someone who's allowed to use an app include those. So typically in those situations, it's a matter of turning those off. If you've got someone who you don't want them to download data, you don't want to be able to give them the ability to print off data. You can also simplify the user experience. If you don't give somebody permission to look at data, then that table will simply disappear from the user interface. If that table was going to be part of a grid, that grid will be gone. In model-driven apps, at any rate, that grid will be gone. So, that, I guess that's a good thing, except, of course, now we end up in a situation where you're trying to guide someone through an application. You say, go to this grid. There's no grid there. Oh, and you have to realize it's probably a security issue. You can provide security settings at the business unit level. In Azure, you can you have subscriptions, and where you have a group of people that share multiple subscriptions, then you can organize those subscriptions into a business unit. And you can assign security privileges at the business unit level, and that will flow down to all of the subscriptions. Now, when we talk about working with tables, The word they use when they talk about working with tables is privileges. Are you allowed to update? Are you allowed to delete? Are you allowed to read? But then on top of that, we also have access levels. And access levels allow you to specify what rows out of the table the user can read, what rows out of the table the user can update and delete. So there's two things that you have to manage here. First off, what is the user allowed to do with the table data? And then which rows in the table are they allowed to do? Now, managing all this could just be a nightmare if you did it on a user-by-user basis. So instead, typically what you do is you create a role, and you assign these permissions, you assign these privileges, you assign these access levels to a particular role. Then you create a security group. So what you have is you have a role, which is a set of privileges or permissions, and you have a security group, which is a collection of users, and now you have much less to manage. All you're doing now is assigning roles to groups. And people, and then you can start moving people in and out of groups on an as-needed basis. So don't try to do it on an individual. I don't think you can anyway. Don't try to manage the permissions individually. I think you always have to assign permissions to a role. And certainly don't try to manage your users individually. Even if you have a security group with exactly one person in it. You say, well, I could have just assigned that to the person. Sure, you have exactly one person today. And then that person is going to say, I'm going on vacation for the next 2 weeks. And you're going to go, well, I got to assign that role to someone else. Perhaps you should put those two people in the same group. As I say, you can go as high as business units, which are above the subscription level, and you can set up these roles at the business unit level. Business units include users, teams, security roles, data access rules, and that is the highest level you can assign. Right at the top of all of your business levels, there is the root business level, and you have that automatically. If you have only one subscription, you have a root business level, and then under that you have your subscription. And in fact, you may not need anything more, even if you have multiple subscriptions. It's not unusual, for instance, to have one subscription who's there for development work. And you have another subscription for production. And the reason for that is, so that's development, and you have production. And often the reason people do that is purely for billing and cost accounting purposes, right? You don't want your development costs to be mixed into your production costs. So you set up two subscriptions. One subscription is for your IT department, and the other who are building applications, and the other subscription is for your IT department, that is keeping the applications running, that is managing the applications in production. Both of those could be part of your root business unit. But you may want to get more complicated and have more, and generally speaking, the more subscriptions you have, the more likely it is you'll want to set up business units. You can go up to, I think it's 6 levels of hierarchy between the root level and your subscriptions. But you always have the root business unit. And then you have child business units. And as they say, it's very much like an organization chart. The higher up you can create your roles, the easier it's going to be for you to manage them. The lower down the role you assign the roles, the more roles you're going to have, the more harder it is going to pick out the right role and assign the right people to the right role. So you're going to create a role that defines the permissions that a user or team has, and that is the definition of a role. It is a collection of permissions. In the Dataverse, we talk about privileges and access levels, and every user has to be assigned at least one security role, or they can't do anything. Just, well, I'm in, great. What do I do? Well, nothing. You have to be given permission to at least one thing. So you have to be assigned at least one security role. there are default roles set up, and as near as I can tell, if you look at the list of roles that are created, every time, and there's a lot of them, in the Microsoft 365 environment, when you go to assign a user to a role, they give you a short list of the most popular roles, and then it just goes, there's another list to show more that goes on and on and on. As near as I can tell, anytime a user calls up Microsoft and says, you know, we need a role with these peculiar set of permissions that nobody else has, Microsoft sets it up and gives it some bizarre name that doesn't describe it at all. But do look at those default roles and see if you can use them before you create your own custom roles. If you do decide to create your own custom roles, I encourage you, follow the advice here. You can copy the default roles. And so find a role that's close to what you want. You'll probably find it is what you want, but then copy it and then modify it to create your new default roles. Almost certainly by removing privileges. You'll probably find that the role that's in there is allowing the user to do too much. Or you want to put in some access rules. Oh yeah, you're not allowed to access these records. So you may find that I guess the thing I add most are access rules. As much as my users let me do this, my clients typically don't want me managing security. I can't imagine why. So privileges is the most basic security unit, and it describes what the user can do. And notice it's table related. So a privilege, I can create new rows, but only in the context table. I can read data, but only from the accounts table. I can delete, but I can only delete from the case table. So you are specifying what they're allowed to do and the table they're allowed to do it in. As you can imagine, the number of tables proliferates, the number of privileges gets larger and larger. This is why you want to set up roles. Then we have access levels for whatever roles the user, whatever tables the user is allowed. You specify which records the user is allowed to work with. So for instance, HR is probably allowed to work with every employee record except the president and CEO of the company. President and CEO of the company is probably outside of the purview of the HR department. You've probably got somebody in the board of directors who's been assigned responsibility for managing that role. As I say, by default, every record you create, you have ownership of. As they say, you can modify, update, delete, but then you can also extend that to other records. And again, that's typically driven by the business unit. So, we've talked about tables, what you're allowed to do to a table. We've talked about rows, what you're allowed to do with rows, which rows you're allowed to access, which rows you aren't allowed to access, and what operations you're able to do on table. How much further can we drill down? And the answer is, we can drill down to the column level if you want. You can put security settings on individual columns. Now, I don't know if I'd always call these security, but they're all lumped together under security. First off, by default, columns are not enabled to have their own security settings. So when you set up a column, you have to turn, this is an option you have to turn on. You can specify that only system administrators are allowed to access this column. You can specify that if this column is manipulated from code, it will always be null. This value will, so somebody can't write a program to retrieve this column and send them an email with the value in it. You can specify create, update, and read privileges in the column. So someone could create a new row in the table, but they're not allowed to put a value in that column. They're allowed to update other columns in the table, but not that one. They're allowed to retrieve that row, but not that column. So what you're doing here is you create a security profile for this column. And again, notice it's a combination of things. So we specify this security profile for the column, and then you assign it to users, teams, or groups. And now those people, and again, notice we're not trying to manage the privileges individually. And in fact, I would encourage you don't assign it on a user-by-user basis. Again, assign it on on a group basis. So when someone goes to access a column that security has been enabled on, security rows access rules will let them know if they're allowed to get at the row. If first off, privileges will tell you if they're allowed to read the row. Privileges will control whether or not they're allowed to read from the table. Access will tell you whether or not they're allowed to retrieve that particular row. And then the column security profile will tell them if they're allowed to see this particular column. So let me point out if you use all of this stuff, let me point out what it means. It means somebody says, I got this report, and this total on the bottom of this report isn't right. And you're going, I wonder if you're allowed to read this table, and that's why the total is 0. Oh, you are allowed to read this table, but you're not allowed to access all of the rows, so that's why the number isn't right. Or you are allowed to access all the rows, but not the column you're running the total on. And you can make this as complicated as you want, but it does mean that when something doesn't work, it could be any one of privilege, access, or column security. I guess what I'm telling you is don't use column security unless you have to. All right, that brings us to the end of Chapter 1. We've still got John locked out. I don't want to go on without John. I've got our Tier 2 guys are looking into John's problem, even as we speak. But let's call it quits for today. And I think we've all suffered enough. Certainly I've suffered enough. And tomorrow we'll come in and spend the day doing exercise.
Yeah, I just wondered if I could ask you a quick question about that last slide real quick. Okay. That one. So is a security role is like actually a combination of privileges and access levels? Is that correct? A correct statement? Or okay.
Yes. Yeah. And what profile you've been assigned to. What column profiles have been assigned to you.
Okay, so I don't know. I was just trying to make sense of the way they broke up those 3 subpoints at the bottom, but yeah, okay. So I mean, you basically would just say that's all under a security role then.
Yeah.
Like the column, the row access and the table access, everything.
Yeah. Okay. I've got to be careful here.
Okay.
Let me put together a demo.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I'll try to fit that in over the next 4 days. We can do this. All righty. Take care, everybody. See you tomorrow at 9.
Anything more I should try to log in? This is John.
I haven't heard back yet.
Okay.
Hi, John. I haven't heard back yet. So I'm going to continue to work with these guys.
Yeah, you were cutting out towards the
touch.
very end, so I wanted to make sure I didn't miss something.
Just gets better and better.
Yeah, it was fun.
Just gets better and better.
The reset emails all day until the end, and now I'm not getting those. That's the one thing I have to get past.
Walk away from the keyboard. Yeah, we'll walk away from the keyboard for half an hour, 45 minutes, and we'll come back and start over again. All right. And then come back and start over again.